Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is Monday, June 3rd. I can't believe we are in June. It's absolutely wild. So happy Pride, happy June. I can't believe we're still in this trial. We are going into week six of the Commonwealth Karen Read. To be fair, week 5 was only last Tuesday. Week 5 was like a day. So week 6 is going to be more than a day, but less than a full week. So there's that. We're going to go to court. We're going to be able to Zoom. For all of you asking about the weekend and everything, I will be sharing on social. I have not even had a chance to sit down and start to share because when I am present with people, I am present with people, and I do a very bad job of then sitting down and putting things on social. So there will be much to come this week to share about my event with YouTube, the Creator Collective in Nashville, and about everything we had going on with our meet and greet and with my talk at CrimeCon, some stories from behind the scenes, and the rest of it. But today we need to get to trial. So some of those stories might come forward. My voice is a wee bit tired, but I've got some throat spray, and we're gonna be fine. We're just gonna be amazing today. It's the most Monday. My brain is tired. And we're in 6 weeks of this case. Like, we're going into witness 51. Just a housekeeping note. And for those of you that have the app, this will be updated with you. Just a quick little housekeeping. We missed 3 or 4 witnesses that were aired at the end of the day on Tuesday. I will be picking those witnesses up tomorrow. There is no trial tomorrow. So I will zoom through some of the medical background training and into the heart of the testimony that we missed. So on the channel, we will have the entire trial. So if you've already watched it, amazing. If you haven't, amazing. Either way, you're welcome to join me. We're going to zoom all of it. But the sum of what was testified to after the niece and nephew testified, some of that's going to be in Quick Bits this week, or is in Quick Bits this week. But the sum of that was the retrograde extrapolation with the range of Karen Read's blood alcohol, according to that testimony, which was between 0.12 and 0.23. We'll talk about that when we talk about that witness. And then the treatment at the ER from the doctor who treated and then called the code on victim John O'Keefe. So that's really what the heart of that was, but we'll go through it tomorrow. I don't think any of that's going to impact the testimony today. I am ready to just hear ye. Like, just hear ye. Let's bring the jury, right? That's what I'm ready for. My roadcaster is going sideways. It kind of looks how I feel this morning. Like, what are we doing? Girl, oh my God, she's not together this morning. But everything else is, I promise. So let's just go to court, shall we? I think we shall. I think that's what just needs to happen. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. It was a pleasure to see so many of you over the weekend. It was truly lovely. I can't wait to talk about it more, but we've got to get to court, don't we? I mean, we can't let the networks think that we're taking a day off. We will talk more about that soon. Let's go to court. Hi guys. It's good to be here on a Monday.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
So I feel like we need a little bit of a... We do.
Bring the jury.
Hopefully we'll get some hear ye's in all of this morning, because that's what I'm living for at this moment. I'm here for the hear ye's. How many of you are here for the hear ye's? I know you are. We see you, sir. We're waiting.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the...
Okay. I gained this audio up, and it does not feel gained to me.
The Honorable First Justice Beverly Finoni.
There's no way that's gained. Why? Hold on. There's no way. There's not a chance. Why are we being
now sitting in the
so difficult? Why can't I hear literally anything? All right, give me 30 seconds. Let's try this one more time and see if it takes this time.
Superior Court within Boulder County in Norfolk. Draw near, give you
That's about it. That's wild. I'm going to refresh this tab and try one more time, you guys. That's absolutely wild that it is that quiet. All right, let's see where we are at the beginning of the day. Oh, that was just terrible audio. You know, it's a Monday. A Monday's gonna Monday, isn't it? Let's get back to the Hear Ye's. I am dedicated to this Hear Ye business this morning. And let's try one more time. Let's see if we can hear you now as you hear ye.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
Nope.
All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Finoni.
I can only hope that the mics are better.
Superior Court within Boulder County in Norfolk.
Bummer.
Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you.
We'll just have to see.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Every morning.
I'm Lyle for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning to all of the lawyers.
Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Alan Jackson.
Alan's back.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti from Karen.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors.
So I have those 3 questions for you. Is everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here last week?
No, I have not.
Everyone said yes or nodded.
Literally discussed it with everybody.
Also able to follow the instructions.
Almost
and
every
refrain
person I've
from
seen.
any independent research or investigation into this case. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone
That's
happen
better.
to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we were last here? Everyone said no or sure. Now, jurors, before we start, I do want to give you that instruction again on what is evidence. So in considering the testimony of any witness, remember,
I wonder why we are getting this instruction now.
that the questions that are asked are not evidence. Only the answers, which are really the only
The
part of the
lawyers.
exchange between the lawyers and the witnesses
Lawyers' questions
that are
not
under
evidence.
oath, are evidence. So if a witness is asked, isn't it true that after you learned that your uncle left you money in his will, you poisoned him? And the witness answers no. Then based solely on that question and answer, there's no evidence that the witness has an uncle, that the uncle had a will, that the uncle left the witness money, that the witness knew that the uncle left the witness money, or that the witness poisoned him. So keep that in mind for reference when you're listening to testimony. All right, Mr. Lally, who's your first witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara to the stand.
Okay.
Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara is witness. Where are we at? 51? Oh, my. However, we're gonna zoom the walk up to the witness stand. And we might zoom Lally a little too. I don't know how I don't know if I can handle this on a Monday. It's a lot of crime scene photos.
You ready?
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Kevin O'Hara, O-H-A-R-A.
And how many employees, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long in total have you been a member of the state police?
Just over 22 years.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant?
4.5 years.
And what is your current assignment within the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is also known as CERT.
And the CERT team within the state police, approximately how many members of that unit are there?
Lally is so hard to
We
hear.
have 61 team members, 4 of which are full-time, including myself. The other 57 have other primary duty assignments, and CERT is an additional duty for them.
61 is a lot
Now,
61's a
generally
lot of
speaking,
people.
What are sort of the duties and responsibilities, or what is the search unit within the state?
What, if any, responsibilities do you have?
CERT is the primary search and rescue team for the state police. We conduct lost missing person searches, evidence searches. We do security or crowd control at large-scale events such as the 4th of July, the Boston Marathon, Gillette Stadium, dignitary security.
And how long has it been, how long have you been assigned to that particular unit?
Since 2014.
Now, were you working with that unit on January 29th, 2020?
Yes, it was, sir.
And at some point in the afternoon on that day, were you contacted by Lieutenant Brian Tully of the station?
Yes, at 2:32 p.m., Lieutenant Tully gave me a phone call.
Now, as far as Lieutenant Tully is concerned, were you familiar with him, or were you familiar with what units he supervises?
Yes, I know he's the supervisor for the Norfolk County State Police Detective Unit.
Now, if you could describe to the jury sort of the process by which your particular unit
Where is my
is activated.
notebook?
Is that an instantaneous thing, or how does that work?
Normally, we'll receive a courtesy phone call, which is what I received from Lieutenant Tully, seeing if we were available. We had members that could respond today for an incident he had ongoing. I told him we would be available. He then has to submit a request through his chain of command, which is the Division of Investigative Services. I also have to submit a request up my chain of command, which is through Field Services. To get approval on my end, has to be approved by the Special Operations Commander, which is a major. And depending on
It's a lot
the
of chain of
request, it
command.
may even go above his level to the Lieutenant Colonel, who is in charge of the Division of Field Services.
So
That's
that
a lot of
initial
chain of command for the
call
CERT team.
About 2:32 in the afternoon. How would you characterize that first call?
Again, I'd say it was more of a courtesy notification, just to make sure we weren't on another assignment, that we had members who could respond that day. Obviously, there was the weather issue that day, making sure members could respond to the scene.
The weather issue.
Weather issue that day, what kind of weather issue?
It was a blizzard. I think most areas had received between 18
I'm shocked that he didn't say, what, if any, weather are you talking about?
to 20
Honestly.
inches of snow.
Honestly.
And as far as that initial phone call with Lieutenant Tully, as far as what was described to you, as far as the situation that you're responding to, or what, if anything, did he say about that?
He said they were conducting a death investigation on the town of Canton, and he was looking for CERT assistance with an evidence search.
This was after the
And
Red
how
Solo
did you
Cups.
respond to that request on that initial phone?
I told him we would have members that would be able to respond, and that I would start working on the approval process. Looking out my own window, I had been outside my house that day. I had large snow drifts at the end of my driveway. I told him building a roster and having members clear their driveway at least an hour plus on our response time.
And following that initial conversation, did Lieutenant Tully reach back out to you at some point?
Yeah, I'm not positive if he called me or if I called him. I think after I'd cleared my driveway, I spoke to my captain just to make sure, see what the status was on the approval process on our end. He said we were cleared on our end. So either Lieutenant Tully called me or I may have called him, because I was getting nervous that now that my driveway was clear, that the town plow was going to come back and bury the end of my driveway again. So I'm not sure who called who, but I called him and told him we were cleared through the Division of Field Services. He also told me that we were cleared on his end. The approval requests have been approved.
And do you know approximately what time of day it was that you had that second conversation with Lieutenant Tully?
It's probably about 3:45, because we sent out an alert to our team at 3:48 telling them that we were authorized to respond to Canton.
3:48
And
p.m.
as far as your team was concerned,
PM that
sort
day.
of that process as far as the response and who was to respond and how you.
Lawyer's daughter said drift being the key word. Yep.
So CERT is broken up. We're geographically dispersed across the state. So we have an East team, West team. I had reached out to a supervisor from the West team, someone I knew who I wouldn't request.
Patricia in the chat said, I thought they were told CERT couldn't come until the death had been called. That's true. This is what seems to be the second call to CERT, because he is talking about 3:40 in the afternoon now, and he got the call from Tully. So before, when they got the call, they were told, we're not calling it up the chain of command. This seems to be the second time where it goes up the chain of command. So this is much later in the day, because that was called after 7 a.m.
us to drive that far in the snowy conditions to set up a roster for us. So he sent out an alert to the team at 2:53, requesting an availability
He
list.
did say 18 to 20
I told him
inches. That's
to just
more than we'd
confirm
heard
that the
from
people
anybody else.
responding either had a truck or some kind of four-wheel drive vehicle to respond.
And where was it that you were told, or where did you eventually respond to?
Lieutenant Tully told us that we were going to 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
And from the time that you cleared your driveway, secured response from your higher-ups, about what time was it that you left, or how long did it take you to get from your home to 34 Fairview?
Well, like I stated, the alert went out authorizing the team to start responding at 3:48. I got the exact address via text from Lieutenant Tully at 4:10. We sent out another alert message at 4:17, just reminding people to bring shovels, brooms, rakes, etc.
Not snow blowers?
I left my house at 4:13
You
in
didn't
the
tell him to bring
afternoon, and I got
snowblowers? Why?
on scene at 4:56. So it took me 43 minutes to drive there.
And from your house to that
I have
location,
questions.
how, absent sort of the weather, how long a drive was that going?
Probably 20 minutes, sir.
And when you respond, how many other members of the unit were able to respond to the scene?
Initially, we dispatched 8 members, including
Why didn't you
myself.
just stay with
Only
the case?
7 of us made it to the scene. One of the members could not get off his street. The end of his street had been plowed in by his town, and he had called his town DPW to try to get some assistance, but he was not able to make it to the scene. So we only had 7, again, after we initially started 8, which did kind of shift some of the dynamics of how we ran the search on scene.
And getting to that in a moment, when you first arrived on scene,
And yes, to all of you in chat who are like, didn't Canton PD clear this scene at like 8 o'clock in the morning? Yes. Canton PD seemed to clear this scene right at the same time or slightly after Officer O'Keefe was pronounced dead. And then at some point, state police is called back. By Tully, I don't know when that decision was made or why. I hope that we'll find out at some point. So this is now after 4 o'clock in the afternoon that day, which means they're going to start fighting daylight real soon.
on scene.
Just one other trooper from SIR, Trooper Jay Bousselet, was on scene. I believe he arrived 2 minutes prior to my arrival.
Could you say that name again and spell it for us?
Yes, sir. It's
Bousselet.
Trooper Jason Bousselet. It's BEAUSOLEIL.
I would struggle too.
Thank you.
For those of you asking why didn't Canton's police wait, I don't know.
Where did you park in relation?
I don't know
to the
why
house,
they
and
didn't
Where
wait.
was Trooper Bousselet in relation to that?
Trooper Bousselet was just past the driveway of the house, so just north of the driveway. I parked almost at the end of the driveway
Does
of
it
34
matter
Fairview.
where you parked when you arrived on scene?
Recall, at some point, your attention was directed to an area with a flagpole and fire hydrant, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall which direction either or both of your vehicle and Bousselet's vehicle were facing when you parked in that area of the driveway?
We were facing away from the flagpole originally. Eventually, we moved Trooper Bousselet's vehicle back towards the flagpole. Just we wanted some extra headlights to light up the scene, the area we would be working in.
Now, Lieutenant Tully, was he on scene when you arrived?
He was not.
And at some point, did you reach out to him?
Yes, I gave him a call. He stated he was just leaving. Canton PD would be on scene in about 5 minutes. That was probably around 5 o'clock.
Now, as far as the house that you were parked in front of and as far as the residences on that street, who, if anyone else, as far as neighbors or anything like that, or people from the house did you see outside the house while at any point in time?
We didn't see anyone outside the houses. A resident of 34 Fairview exited briefly after we were first on scene. That was the only person we saw.
And exited and came down to where you were, or where did that person?
No, he was, if you look at the house, you could consider 2 front doors, one closer to the garage, which would maybe be a mudroom or a den. Adult male exited from that door.
I don't think this man
Had a
did.
hooded sweatshirt on. He asked us if we were here for what had happened earlier. We said yes, and he walked back inside the house.
Now, as far as the mentioned a bit about the snow, but as far as the roadway conditions of the area where you were in, what if anything did you know or observe in regard to
I'm sorry,
roadway?
Lally, can you repeat that? My brain stopped listening because your question was 900
The cloud
words
really
long.
only cleared the center of the road. There was a good 3 to 4 foot snow drift coming off each side of the road. So maybe enough for 2 vehicles to pass, but not cleared, cleared curb to curb.
And as far as Lieutenant Tully arriving on the scene around 5, at some point did he, what if anything, where did he direct?
He had instructed us that the death investigation involved a motor vehicle. He told us where the motor vehicle was believed to have been parked and wanted us to search from that area.
That's the first time we've heard anyone that decided or told anyone that this was due to a motor vehicle. This is the first officer. How that got determined and when that got determined by Tully, we don't know. Should Tully have been called first? Probably. Has Tully already testified? If he has, I'm insane and have forgotten. No, not crazy. Tired. I'm very tired. But this is the first person who has said this was a death investigation by vehicle.
Where did he direct?
He had instructed us that the death investigation involved a motor vehicle. He told us where the motor vehicle was believed to have been parked and wanted us to search from that area south towards the flagpole fire hydrant.
Now, as far as this type of search was concerned, that you,
How did he know where the motor vehicle was parked? How at this point does Tully know where Karen Reed's case was parked?
what if any experience did you have doing this type of search in conditions?
In blizzard conditions, we've really never done evidence searches like this. We've done missing person searches we've gone out to, but for evidence searches, nothing like this. Something, if a scene could be secured, we really wouldn't respond in a situation like this unless we really needed to.
Now, as far as the search that your team does, if you could, was it typical or was it not typical as far as conducting a search of an area that had already been gone over by another agency or by someone else from the state?
Yeah, we're a stage 2 response, so pretty much every search we've ever done has been previously searched. We're never really the first persons to search an area.
And can you describe sort of, I guess, sort of the difference between what you do as far as searching is concerned and sort of looking or making observations or things of that?
His questions are
I
making
think our training
me,
is a lot different than maybe
like,
the regular
dig my
patrolman or
nails
trooper
into
responding.
my
There's not
fist.
much training provided anymore in the academies. So we do extensive training through a lot of the search and rescue groups
His
that we're a
questions
part
are
of,
so
which would be
bad.
the National Association for Search and Rescue, which is NASAR. We do search and rescue initial actions. We do line searching, managing lost person incidents. We do multiple trainings a month with a team, which is different than what other personnel would get. I think traditionally, looking back to even my time before I was a member of CERT, a search would be if you go this way, I'll go that way. There was really no methodical approach to the search.
And as far as your training is concerned as it relates to this particular search, what if any sort of methodical approach did you develop?
The questions should just be so clear. What was your process to search?
We gridded off or marked off the area
How
Lieutenant
did you
Tully
search?
thought would be
What
the
was your
best area for
process?
us to search. So we had a starting point and an end point. Once all the members got on scene, we set up a line search, or what we would call a grid search, which again would just be a slow, methodical search with all of us working in unison, moving through the area.
You guys have seen that when
How
they
big an
canvass
area
for
was it
evidence
that you
in
set up?
cases that are
It was just
televised.
over
You
50
see them
feet,
all
I
walking in a
believe,
line.
from the front door, which is the left door, looking at the house from the street, to the fire hydrant. I believe it was 59 feet.
Was that length
Oh,
or-
somebody measured.
That is length.
And as far as the width of the area that you were searching about, what kind of area were you searching?
It's about 3 to 4 feet was the snow drift coming off the curb.
Now, as far as the information that you received prior to conducting the search, were there any items that were specifically identified as far as items that you might be looking for, or what if anything was given you in relation to that?
Yeah, Lieutenant Tully had informed us that the victim, in this case, was struck by a vehicle. He believed there would be broken pieces of taillight in the area. He also stated the victim was missing his sneaker. So he asked us to search for both of those items.
Interesting.
And sir, at some point, did you ask Lieutenant Tully any questions about the vehicle in question or anything in relation to that?
After we had found one or two of the pieces of the taillight, I asked him if we knew how much damage was to the taillight, or if he had a photo that we could get of the taillight.
And what, if anything, did he tell you?
He told us at that time the vehicle was being towed back to Canton PD, so he did not have a photo to show us.
And at any point, did he make any reference to who was coming along with the tow at Canton PD?
He said Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor were following the vehicle back to Canton PD.
What time is
You
this?
mentioned an alert that was sent out to troopers as far as to bring certain items.
I want to know what time this
Can you
is.
describe to the jury sort of the process and what many tools or implements you use and sort of how that search was?
What is that question?
So like I said, we moved Trooper Boussolet's vehicle to face the scene to give us some extra, use his headlights for extra lighting for the scene. All the team members also put on a headlamp, which would basically just be like a hiking headlamp. We all had shovels. We had a couple of rakes, the smaller garden rakes, just to kind of help us sift through the snow. And I also had a small push broom to move the snow around as well.
Not nary a leaf blower in sight.
As far as the headlights on the area that you're searching for.
He looks annoyed with the questions, doesn't he?
What was the lighting conditions around that area at that time you were conducting?
It was poor lighting. There really wasn't much as far as what we felt enough for street lighting. But with the headlamps, I mean, we had decent visibility.
So when you first arrived on scene about 4:53 p.m. or so, was it dark out there?
Yes, it was, sir.
It remained dark while you were still on scene?
Yes, sir.
And in the area that you were looking, in your testimony, there wasn't much overhead sort of ambient lighting or street lighting in that area, as far as you recall.
He just
Nothing
said
that
that.
really helped the search.
He just said that. He literally just said that.
So the area that you were searching was in the area of the fire hydrant, is that correct?
We started almost directly across from the front door and moved south towards Chapman Street, towards the fire hydrant.
And to be clear, as far as the area that you were searching with shovels and the other different implements to sort of sift through the snow, where was your focus as far as the street versus the front lawn?
Our right flank was on the curb, and then we moved out across the street from there. So we were lined almost shoulder to shoulder as we moved south through the area we were searching.
You're primarily searching or entirely searching along the roadway, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And as far as some point did you, through the course of sort of shoveling it and the removal of snow from that area, did you approach or come in contact with the area of grass in front lawn?
We did, as one of the members who was working along the curb, he started to clear some of the grass upon the front lawn. Yes, sir.
What, if any, issues did you and the other encounter when you got to sort of the grass?
It was very difficult to clear the snow. I don't think we had very good visibility on what we were moving. Even with the push broom and the rake, it was very difficult to definitively say we'd cleared the lawn properly. So we didn't focus too much of our efforts on that area.
Now, you referenced that only 7 members of your unit were able to respond because one got stuck in the snow.
He said that, Lally.
Correct, sir.
And that had some impact as far as documentation of the scene, is that correct?
Correct. Normally on a search, if I'm the overall, as a team leader, I would run what you would consider a command post or be the incident commander for CERT. I would stay behind the line and kind of document our efforts, but because this was such a small search area, it wasn't really an issue because we weren't breaking people off into teams. No one was out of my sight line, and we had multiple detectives on scene that were able to fill that role for me.
And so,
So who
as far as,
documented it?
The 7 members from your unit, in addition to the 7 members from your unit, who, if anyone else, present during the course of that?
I believe there was 5 other members. I believe there were only 2 that I recognized from the state police, so I'm not sure who the other 3 were. If they were Canton detectives or Canton patrolmen, but they were all dressed in civil, plain clothes.
And as far as documentation for the scene, what
If people are searching on scene and you don't know who they are, don't you find out who they are and put it in your report so we know who's searching the scene?
if anything was done with reference to that?
As we began to find evidence, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully and just confirmed that he was going to document everything we were recovering via photograph and evidence log.
As far as documented photos taken by Lieutenant Tully,
Yes, they were, sir.
and the items that were photographed, were they photographs prior to anyone sort of touching them or moving them or placing them, other than those sort of related to the search effort?
Correct. As soon as we found anything deemed as evidence, we stopped our search efforts until they were documented by Lieutenant Tully.
And in reference to your search efforts, what, if anything, of evidentiary value did you and your team locate?
I found multiple pieces of red and clear taillight.
And where were they in relation to sort of the grid or the area that you had set up?
They were on the street in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
And sir, in addition to the pieces of red and clear plastic taillight that you recovered, you know approximately how many pieces of that you were able to locate on that day?
I believe maybe 6 or 7 pieces.
And how big or how small or did they range in size as far as the pieces that you located?
There was 3 larger pieces, 2 red, 1 clear, and then a couple of smaller pieces.
In addition to the pieces of red and clear plastic taillight that were uncovered during the search process, what, if any, other items of interest were located?
We found a sneaker.
You found a
Where
sneaker?
was that sneaker located?
How is this the first time we're hearing that anyone has found a sneaker?
In reference to the scene in your search efforts and in reference to pieces of clear and red plastic.
It was same location. Generally, it was in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The sneaker was flush up against the curb and it was upside down. I think we had found 1 piece of taillight prior to the sneaker, and then after we found the sneaker, we found a few more additional pieces of taillight.
Now, with reference to the sneaker and each of those pieces of red and clear plastic, where were they in relation to the snow that was being dug through, and by that, where were they in relation to the ground?
Can you repeat the end of that, sir?
Sure. With reference to each of the items of evidence that you've been talking about, whether it be sneaker or the red and clear plastic, where were they in relation to the snow that you were digging into? Where were they in relation to
Sir, he's very badly trying to ask you if they were sitting on top of the snow or under the snow, or if you had to dig them out, but it's not a good question.
Close to the curb, as we started digging originally, the snowdrift, the snowpack was pretty solid from where the plow had kind of cleared to. So once we were able to move through that, we started getting into fresh, undisturbed snow, started moving through that, which was a lot easier to move at that point. And all the items we found were close to the curb.
And so my question also, sir, is sort of how deep within the snow that you were digging was each of those items?
They were all found at ground level.
And as far as the
under the
area
snow.
that you were searching beyond sort of snow drifts and plowing towards the middle of the road, how would you characterize that snow as far as observing footprints, tire tracks, or anything in that area where you were digging through and finding these items?
No, we did not see anything, sir. Like I said, it was all fresh, undisturbed snow once we got past where the plow had cleared up to.
Now, as far as this search being conducted sort of physically, you mentioned there's some sort of line that's set up, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Can you describe to the jury sort of how that line was set up? What were the different functions in different parts of the line, and where were you in relation?
So like I stated, we had what we consider our right flank stood on the curb closest to the house, and then we moved left into the street. As we dug the snow out, it was originally inspected as they would pull their shovel out, make sure they didn't have anything in their shovel to the best of their ability. Then they would bring it out to the street. I was the left flank. They would dump it in the street, and I would sift through it at the end just to make sure there was no evidence that had come out to the street. Once I was positive nothing was in that snow, I would toss it onto the other side of the street. And we just continued that process as we moved south through that grid.
And the depth of the snow that you were digging?
So for those of you asking about how come Canton never saw any of this, they're going to have to explain it. But Canton was not searching near the curb line. And it doesn't seem that they searched near the curb line at all. They were back past the flag. So all of this was at the curb between the flag and the fire hydrant. Canton was close to the bushes, close to the flag and fire hydrant, and never dug down into the snow near the curb. So they are searching in different areas than Canton had searched, or leaf blowered snow around and then picked up clumps of what they believed to be blood in solo cups.
How did that change?
They're in different
How
spots.
was that any different from sort of one portion of the section to another?
Where the plow had touched, clear to, I would say that was probably about a 3+ foot in height. But as we moved into the snow itself, getting closer to the curb, that was in level with the rest of the area, what was on the front lawn, which was on the neighbor's lawn. So probably maybe 18 inches of snow.
And sir, as far as this search was concerned, about how long a period of time was it that you were on scene as far as searching, and how long the process was done?
After Lieutenant Tully showed up, kind of informed us where we were going to search, we moved Trooper Boussolet's vehicle at 5:20, and that's when the rest of the team started to show up, right around 5:21, 5:24. A couple other members with extended response time showed up a little bit after that, but all members were on scene by 5:41. We had already started the process before they had all arrived on scene, and we were complete by 6:15. We started to wrap up and clear the area.
That's pretty fast.
As far as the wrapping up, how
They
was
did a
that
fairly
decision
small
arrived at,
area.
and sort of what led to that decision?
So after we found the sneaker and a couple additional pieces of taillight, we moved south for, I'd say, over 5 feet, maybe closer to 8 to 10 feet without finding any other pieces of evidence. So Lieutenant Tully and I had a conversation. He was very satisfied that we had found everything we were going to locate at that time, and we decided to suspend the search.
And what was, as far as you were concerned, with the weather conditions and everything that had gone on, which was located at that point, what was sort of your thought process in relation to any sort of...
Oh my God, these questions are so bad.
I told Lieutenant Tully, we'll do a debrief at the end. We'll go over probability of detection, how I feel, whether we would have found everything that was there. I told him that there was a good chance we did not find everything. I said if you wanted us to come back in the daylight, which give us better lighting to search, or after a couple of days, the weather was supposed to warm up. If you wanted us to come back after there was some snow melt, just to reach out to me, and we would come back.
And as far as suspending the search at that point, was that something that was your decision independent of Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was in consultation with Lieutenant Tully.
You mentioned Troopers Buchanan, Proctor, or you received information.
So he thought there might be more and was like, but in these conditions, we're not going to
Correct,
find
sir.
it.
At any point in time that you were on scene, did you, do you know either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I know both of them, sir.
And at any point in time that you were on scene,
For those of you just coming in, hello, Law Nerds. The victim's shoe was found at the curb. He said up against the curb, upside down, and under the snow. That's what he said.
did you
So
see
thank
either
you.
Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor in the area of Bridgeport Fairview during the entire time you were there?
No,
the
they
ghost
were not on
only a little
scene.
bit. I haven't had coffee yet.
So the other sort of troopers that you had mentioned around, they were not correct.
They were not there, no, sir.
Now, as far as the securing of evidence, how is that done? Generally speaking, in relation to searches that your unit conducts, and how is it done in this specific?
I see some of you in the chat.
So we
that
don't recover
love
evidence.
this
We'll
witness.
stop and hold.
I think this witness doesn't love this prosecutor. So I'm not mad at it. The faces he's giving Lally are like, what is that question? He was called in to do the search. I'm not surprised he's frustrated being here to testify. All this stuff is a mess. So I'm not shocked that he looks somewhat annoyed, and I don't think that that annoyance is misplaced. So
Our search, sometimes we've been waiting for crime scene to show up for 2 hours before we
my
continue the
nose.
search. So once we found the first piece of taillight, again, I conferred with Lieutenant Tully, asked him if he was documenting it and recovering everything. He stated he was. Once we felt comfortable that he had done that properly, we then continued the search.
So once you get sort of that initial parameters as far as where and what you may be looking for from Lieutenant Tully, is Lieutenant
I'm still
Tully
blowing my nose. My nose is fighting with me.
He is not, no.
And is that typical as far as how searches will be conducted?
Correct, yes. Yeah, they let me run the search the way I deem best.
Sir, in addition to photographs, what, if anything else, was done to document the scene?
We had one of our members use a handheld GPS, which we use a Garmin 64ST, and he marked each item we found, which we then can upload later to a map, which we did later that evening.
If you could just describe to the
Tris,
jury
my
that
nose
process
is driving me crazy today.
how,
So I will be going off screen to handle the congestion of it all.
Correct. So the Garmin GPS we use,
I
it
can't
connects to
turn
4
screen.
different satellites to give you a best range of your location. There obviously is some range error involved
to
with
see the map.
GPSs, but he was able to stamp 3 of the items or 3 pieces of the tail light. But as he was marking those items on his GPS, because they were in such close proximity, they were almost marking directly on top of each other. So he only marked 3 of them because it was just going to clutter the map as we continued if he were to mark all the pieces we located.
So the documentation is bad.
pieces of taillight that were marked?
They documented 3 and they found 7.
Excuse me. Were those
That,
the larger
sir, this
pieces,
is not the
smaller
case for
pieces?
that.
They were the larger pieces, sir.
I couldn't grab it in the chat, but I saw the question about the location of CrimeCon 2025. They announced Denver.
Yes.
I don't know if I will be there, but they announced Denver. I haven't looked at dates or anything like that. I can't tell you if I will be there at this point, but my nose was giving me a little bit of the business just from things in the air before I went to CrimeCon. And then the hotel was really, really dry. And that always makes my whole respiratory system a little cranky. And my travel humidifier broke. You guys don't need the woes. The woes, by tomorrow it should be cleared out. And remember, they don't have court tomorrow, but we're going to cover last Tuesday's witnesses tomorrow. So for all of you that are like, it was good to see you at CrimeCon, it was good to see you too. All right, we're going to go through some photos. That'll be helpful.
Briefly,
Shaylin, I hear the thumping. I don't know if it's a local fan or if somebody's drumming their fingers on a table. Kim, at times, Elaine was much more concise than Lally's questioning. Much more concise. His questions are very, 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 very challenging. So I don't know what the dull thumping noise is. Could be somebody's hands.
do you recognize what's
Could
in those
be-
photographs, sir?
Yes, sir. It's
fans in
the
the room.
area we searched and some of the evidence that we recovered.
Also, yes, I did get new nails
Your Honor,
for
Commonwealth will seek to
CrimeCon.
introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
The new nails.
Any objection, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you all for the compliments. I think we're going to go with this vibe for a little bit longer. I love the kind of French V situation. OAH 2011. Emily, why don't they have court tomorrow? Because that's what the court said.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. She
Oh,
needs
Victor,
to
I've got a ton of it.
call
Yes.
attention on the market. I'm sorry.
Yes. We've been doing lots of sailing. Harmony put the schedule up. Monday, full court. Tuesday, no court. Wednesday, full court. Thursday, early half day. Friday, no court. We'll be putting it in the app as well. But tomorrow I'm going, even though there's no court tomorrow, I'm going to cover the end of the day from last Tuesday. I got to spend time with a friend that was in from out of state. Why so many days off? I don't know. I don't know what this court schedule is like with other cases. I don't know what the jurors' schedule is like. There are times that jurors will approach the court and be like, I have a doctor's appointment, dentist appointment, graduation that I can't miss. And they will take the day off of court to accommodate the jurors, especially in a trial this long. Amanda said tomorrow's election day. It is? Okay. That would definitely be it if it was statewide elections. What are we doing? Like, legitimately, what are we doing? We see you, Lally. He's looking at the jurors, not the cameras, but still. I'm just going to keep zooming. And yes, for those of you that are like, Emily, this case is going to last, 100 million Sundays. Yes. The court reporter doing all of the work in the courtroom is marking all of the photos that are coming in.
Our record straight. It will be important for you
There's a
during the
fleet of them.
deliberations that we do this. Sometimes it takes a while. We're fortunate we've got such a great court reporter here to take care of this for us. But sometimes it takes a while.
I have never seen a court reporter have to mark exhibits. You guys, if you work in different jurisdictions and this is the case, let me know. But now she's trying to mark exhibits and report what the court is saying. I have always seen the court clerk mark the exhibits and the reporter just do the reporting. I have never seen the reporter have to also mark exhibits. It's so much work.
I caution counsel that maybe you can all work together so that we don't do this. Take up any extra time.
Okay, well.
Maybe you approach on that, Ron, briefly?
Well, now we're taking up extra time if y'all are approaching, because the court reporter has to report the sidebar. This poor reporter. Like, give it to the clerk.
Your Honor, with court's permission, may I publish those, what's just been marked as those exhibits for the jury?
Yes.
OAH 2011 said, I think we'll be in trial when the Alec Baldwin trial starts. I really hope we're done before the Baldwin court.
May I approach the witness?
I really,
Yes.
really hope we're done before the Baldwin trial starts. But it might be close. I mean, I might be reporting this from my hotel at VidCon.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, look, crime scene photos.
Lieutenant O'Hara. It's going to be good. We're going to know that. So, Lieutenant O'Hara, what you have up on the screen before you, is that what you have as exhibit 1
What?
through 4?
I'm going to need someone to explain what I'm looking at.
Oh, I'm sorry, 111.
Hold on, might be backwards here. Yes, 111, sir.
And if you could describe to the jury, and if you, using that laser pointer, what, if anything, are significance to be observed in this particular photo?
This is the flagpole in front of the house. As you move south, this appears to be one of the pieces of taillight that we recovered.
And sir, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom back out a little.
Was that in dug
Now,
up
as far as
snow?
when you're conducting the search or when the actual searching process is ongoing, what was the weather doing while you were doing it?
What was the weather
That
doing?
visible in this photo?
Yes,
Macarena.
because of the air conditioning. So you need to speak up really loudly if you don't have a microphone in front of you.
And so, Lieutenant, during the course of the process that you're conducting this search, what was the weather doing, and is that something that you can observe in this photo?
It was still snowing, and you can see some of the snowflakes falling here by the flagpole.
There is a very
As far as
small
the
piece
wind
of
was
red
concerned, what, if any, impact did the wind have on the course of the search?
on this photo.
It was windy, but it really didn't impact how we were searching through the area.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next photograph on top.
I'm trying to use my pointer. That's where the red is. That's my pointer.
Okay.
And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Yes, it is.
This is sort of a different perspective of this same.
No, it's just zoomed
area that we were
in.
talking
It's just
about in the last
closer
photograph.
perspective.
Correct.
If I could have the next photograph, 113. Again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as 113?
Yes, it is.
And again, sort of a closer perspective to the piece of taillight that you were referring to, is that correct?
Correct.
If I could have the next photograph.
Okay, you really have to speak up.
Again, Lieutenant, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Yes, it is.
And again, a closer up image of that same piece of taillight as it was observed when you covered it.
Correct. And you can see right here to the left of the taillight, that is the molding of a shovel. So this piece of taillight was picked up by one of the team members' shovels. And as they overturned it, you can see the taillight came up as they were searching through the area. And this is kind of the markings of the shovel itself.
And the next
So the
photograph-
taillight was dug up as they were shoveling. That makes
So
sense.
we're going to have to turn the air conditioning off for this. We can't hear you at all.
The issue is I'm trying to move away from the podium.
I understand. So we need to turn the air conditioning off so that we can hear you. Yes, please.
For those of you asking, why is it on top of the snow? Because they were
And
They
again,
were going by
Lieutenant,
shovel.
What's up on the screen, is that what you have before you? As
And so when they dumped the shovel
Yes, it
out,
is.
it dumped
Can you
out.
describe to the jury what we're looking at in this?
You can
That's
see
why.
the piece of taillight that we recovered. And again, this is kind of the overturned snow from the shovel. And again, seeing the markings from the shovel from where it was overturned.
And the next photograph is going. This particular piece, is this one of the larger or is this one of the smaller pieces that you were describing earlier?
This is one of the larger pieces, sir.
And as far as length, size of it, if you know, how much would you estimate it, how big it was?
It gets a couple of inches, but I didn't measure it, sir.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph.
For those of you saying it's on top of the snow, they were shoveling. They took the shovel. This is his testimony. They took the shovel, dumped the shovel out, and it was with the snow that had been on the bottom of the shovel as they are scooping and dumping the shovel. So it was under the snow. And then as they dumped the shovel on top of the snow from the shovel, they flipped the shovel. I mean, I don't disbelieve this witness on that at all.
Lieutenant, if you could describe to the jury sort of what is depicted or what, if anything,
That is them shoveling.
So this is the CERT members working through the area again, working on as a line through the grid formation. One of the things we stress is your critical separation, making sure you're close enough to each other that you won't miss a piece of evidence. If you're too far apart, you will miss that. A lot of times before searches, we will take an item of similar sized item that we're looking for, and we'll space out. Because this was such a condensed search area, we just had the team members stand almost shoulder to shoulder as they searched through the area.
And the next photograph is
So this is them shoveling up the entire yard and curb.
again, sir, if you could describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at or what, if anything, significant you observe in this.
What if anything of significance you observe in
Maybe a
this
little
photo?
difficult to see from a distance, but right here, this is the sneaker that we recovered.
And
Oh,
as
it's
far
like
as the
under the
area
snow,
of
under the
curbing,
snow.
that you indicated that
For those of you that are trying to look for the sneaker in this picture, it is buried into the snow. I will see if I can. My mouse does not translate well onto the screen, but you can see the upside down Nike swoop. We're gonna zoom in on that, but you can see the upside down Nike swoop of that sneaker.
the sneaker was recovered in relation to where is that?
It's flush up against the curb.
Again, again, I'm sorry, using the laser.
Oh, I apologize, sir. Right here. This would be the curbing right here.
And the next photograph is going. So similar as far as this photograph.
Can you guys see that one better?
What, if anything, do you observe in that photograph? What do we?
It's a closer photo of the sneaker. Sneakers in the bottom right down here.
The next photograph.
That sneaker's
Again, what, if anything, are we looking
buried
at
in
this
snow.
photograph, sir?
Again, you're looking at the sneaker. This is just a closer zoomed in photo. And this would be the curbing right here.
And the sneaker as it's portrayed in this particular photograph, is that as it was when it was recovered?
Yes, sir.
The next photograph is Gilbert. Sort of the other side of that sneaker, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And is that fit sort of its relation to the curve that you were describing earlier in your testimony?
Yes, sir. You can see the curbing right here.
The next photograph. Now, as far as the sneaker was concerned, when it was recovered, where was the snow in relation to? Was it on, around, in? Where was the snow in relation to?
How buried was
The
the
sneaker was completely buried. It wasn't until we started digging through the snow that we found the sneaker.
The next photograph is still. Again, this is how it was discovered, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Or how it appeared when it was discovered?
Yes, sir.
For those of you that are asking about whether the sneaker was buried by the snowplow, his testimony was that the snowplow drifts were closer to the street and that where they were digging up the sneaker was fresh snow closer to the curb because the plow only plowed down the middle of the street. So the sneaker was found on the curb in front of the area of the flagpole under fresh snow, not plowed snow.
Next photograph. And sir, in this photograph, if you could, using the laser
How the hell did anybody see that in the snow?
draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed.
This is Exhibit 125. It's the photo I have in front of me. This might be difficult for them to see, but this is a clear piece of the taillight right here.
And the next photograph. And again, sir, what is depicted in this exhibit 126?
See a little closer zoomed in version of the clear piece of taillight that was recovered.
But where is it?
As far as what the area of snow surrounding, does that sort of depict the depth? at
But where
which,
is it?
That piece of clear plastic taillight was discovered.
Correct, sir.
The next photograph, 127.
Can we zoom out?
Anything we're looking at in this one?
A different angle of the piece of clear taillight that was recovered.
Can we zoom out?
The next photograph, exhibit 128. Sir, if you could describe to the jury what is depicted in exhibit 128.
He's like, I wish I could. Well, at least we see the markings on the shovel.
Difficult to see, but there's a piece of clear taillight right here. I can see with the photo in front of me, but I'm not sure if the jurors can see it from that distance, but there is a clear piece of taillight in this location.
Next photograph, 129.
But it's hard when it's not zoomed out to see where it is in relation to everything.
Demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, is significant to your jury.
Again, there's a piece of clear taillight right in this location.
Different piece of taillight than the one you were referring to previously in the prior exhibits.
Yes, sir.
Next photograph, 130. What, if anything, what are we looking at in this?
Again, there's a piece of clear taillight. Again, might be difficult from the distance for the jurors, but it's in this location here.
Next photograph, 131. What, if anything, is depicted in exhibit 130?
There's a larger piece of red tail light located on the ground in this location.
And the next exhibit, 132. What, if anything, are we looking at in 132?
It's a closer photo of the same piece of tail light right here located on the ground.
It's really hard to see without zooming out.
Now, what, if anything, is depicted in 132?
How could anyone know what's depicted in that picture?
There's a small piece of tail light, I believe, in this location right here.
What?
So lastly, exhibit 134.
It's a small piece of tail light right on the ground right here in this location.
There is? I can't see anything in that picture. I can't see anything in that last picture.
Just going to take those 24 away and give you this. You can just take a look at those and look up when it's finished.
What's that, sir?
Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do, sir.
What do you recognize those?
This is the mapping system we use to map evidence we recover.
Are those diagrams created pursuant to that mapping system?
Yes, they
Oh,
are.
good. We're going to see a map.
Contained in those diagrams is that a fair and accurate portrayal of where items were recovered in relation to various markers on scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th in the afternoon.
Yeah, the marks showing on the map, they're a little offset, but that falls in the range of error with the handheld GPSs.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost to seek to introduce the exhibits.
No objection to the mouse.
All right. Thank you.
I'm going to zoom.
One in each succession to the jury.
Yes.
All right. So they're going to show the maps. Maps hopefully will be helpful. Fingers crossed, everybody.
Lieutenant O'Hara, what you have before you is the first diagram, 135. Is that what's up on the screen?
Yes, it is, sir.
And you mentioned something earlier in your testimony just now in regard to sort of items being found in close proximity, creating some overlay with the GPS system. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And you mentioned range of error. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Can you describe what the range of error is and how that impacts sort of how it's depicted in this particular diagram?
So for GPS's typical range of error on a clear day is up to 16 feet. Obviously, we didn't have a clear day. We had atmospheric conditions, cloudy, snowy conditions. GPSs can be affected for their range accuracy by a few different things. One is the satellite geometry. As I stated before, the GPSs connect to 4 different satellites. You also could have signal blockage. Blockage could occur from trees, buildings, bridges. Then you have atmospheric conditions, like I mentioned, and then you have the receiver end, any issues with your receiver end, which is actually the handheld GPS. Those would be the four main issues and why you may have a little offset on your GPS readings. But again, typically under clear sky conditions would be up to 16 feet.
And so using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to what if any sort of significant markers or what has been marked on this particular diagram.
I've listed as the command post, which is where my vehicle was parked.
The driveway.
We have the address, which is the house, 34 Fairview. Then as
Pool
you
in the
move
back.
further south, you'll see the
Tree line.
first red plastic that we recovered, which again was a larger piece of red plastic. They're kind of stamped on top of each other, but you'll see the sneaker. You'll see a second red piece of plastic, and you'll see the fire hydrant all marked on the map.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next diagram, please. Again, so what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you? Is it 136?
Yes, it is.
And again, if you could describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at.
Colette
this
in the
diagram,
chat asked, what about the
if
hat?
anything
We
is
have
different
heard
between
nothing
those.
about the hat being found at the scene.
We just changed the layering on the map just to make it a little
But he
easier
was
to
wearing a
read.
hat
So
in the
we
videos.
removed the taillight pieces, and now we just have the sneaker and the fire hydrant listed on the map here.
And
So
that
the
area,
sneaker
as far
is
as you were talking,
close-ish
sort
to the
of
fire hydrant. This,
concentration of the search was in the area of the flagpole and the fire hydrant. Is that correct?
why can't they zoom in and still like not be pixelated? This is awful.
Correct, sir. And we started closer to almost directly across from the front door. The evidence recovery all happened between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
And if you could, or if it's possible on this diagram that you have up on the screen, could you, using a laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to sort of where the search began and where the items of evidence were located?
Search would have begun right in this area. And as we moved south, we started finding pieces of evidence right around here.
And then the area that you went, about 5 or somewhere between 5 to 10 feet, is that your testimony beyond when you started to not find any more items of evidentiary value? Is that correct?
Correct. We had gone past the fire hydrant, hadn't found any other pieces of evidence for, it's probably closer to 8 to 10 feet, and that's when we suspended the search.
And so just using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to that 8 to 10 feet, in which direction was that from the items of evidence?
Heading south towards Chapman Street, so down in this location would be where we stopped.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, may I approach this to retrieve?
Yes.
I saw the question about does anyone know what the niece and nephew testified to? It's been reported by the outlets that were present in court. I summarized it in quick bits today, but the summary was about
Sir, at any point in time that you were
the
on
relationship
scene,
and
were you able
Karen.
to,
Karen's
look at or
behavior the
see any
morning
sort of
of the 29th.
photographs or any images of the damage to the taillight?
No, I was not.
So fair to say that at the time that you're conducting your search on that particular afternoon, you weren't aware of how much taillight could be there or how much you might be looking for, correct?
Correct.
No,
We
he
did not
asked
know
for a
how much
picture
damage
and
there
he
was.
couldn't get a picture. They said they were transporting it.
Now,
I remember that
talk
testimony. It was
little
only
bit
a few
about,
minutes ago.
well, let me ask you this. As far as from your training and experience in relation to conducting these types of searches, are you familiar with a term known as POD?
Correct. So that'd be probability of detection.
And I believe you referenced earlier.
Isn't that
in your
a
testimony
band?
some variables that go into
What are we
that,
talking about?
terminology, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what some of those variables
I'm
are
looking for something in my
how
desk.
it's related to this particular search?
So probability of detection, it winds up turning into a mathematical formula to make it simpler, give us more of a baseline objective on how well we did search in the area. Covers 10 different categories. We'll rate those categories 1 through 10 on how we feel we did and kind of come up with a score to give just a baseline on what we think percentage-wise we would have found the objects we're looking for. Those categories would include the terrain, as number 1, hazards would be 2, lighting would be 3, weather would be 4, vegetation would be 5, which in this case would have been some of the grass we encountered as we got on the front lawn. As you continue on would be your spacing, which is again is how the team members are separated as we're searching through the area, the tactics you're using, the area size, then the team composition, and then the last one is instinct and variables. And really the last two I think is what works best for us. What stands out most about our team is your team composition and the instincts, just for the experience we have in searching.
And so was it those variables that sort of led
Team
to the
composition
conclusion,
and
in
instincts.
conjunction yourself and Lieutenant Tully as far as to cease searching at that particular point after you were gone 8 to 10 feet south of the evidentiary items without locating any other evidentiary items?
Correct, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Okay.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, sir.
On to cross. I'm going to try to change out the nib on my pencil here because it's killing me.
Good morning,
All right,
Lieutenant.
well,
Morning, sir.
cross-examination of Lieutenant O'Hara and the
Sir, so
search.
you will agree with me that it was Lieutenant Brian Tully who first called you at 2:32 p.m. to ask that your team come out for an evidence search?
That's correct, sir.
And you knew at that time that Lieutenant Tully was he was in charge of the Norfolk County State Police Detectives Unit, correct?
Correct, sir.
Attached to the Norfolk County DA's office, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you also knew Trooper Michael Proctor at that time?
I knew who he is, yes, sir.
And you knew that
Do you know more about that now?
Trooper Michael Proctor was in the same unit as Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I don't know if I knew he was assigned to that office. I'm not sure where he was assigned, sir.
You've since found out that he is.
Correct, sir.
Now, you told Lieutenant Tully during that phone call at 2:32 p.m.
Jackson's back in court for those asking.
You would make your team available that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
But at that point in time, Lieutenant Tully specifically held you up, right? Because he didn't have authorization yet?
Objection.
Is that true?
It's not.
Okay. He told you that he did not have the green light, correct?
He had not requested official response from sir at that time.
Okay. So you were not authorized to respond at that time, correct?
No, neither one of us are allowed to dispatch my team. We have to send up formal requests to get authorization to respond.
All right. Now,
Oh, my
by
woodpecker's back.
2:32 p.m. on
Hey,
January
buddy.
29th, when you first spoke to Lieutenant Tully, snow had been falling consistently in Canton since the early hours, correct? The early morning hours?
I would assume so, yes, sir. It was at
you
my
were-
house.
I'm sorry?
It was at my house, so I would assume so, yes, sir.
But you lived in Massachusetts at that
Correct,
time, right?
yes, I did, sir.
And you weren't hours away when you were contacted by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I was not, no.
All right. Now, you were aware that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn at 6:03 that morning?
I believe when I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, he told me around 6:30.
Okay. Well, let's go with 6:30 then. So when you received the call from Lieutenant Tully, snow would have been accumulated from 6:30 a.m. approximately to approximately 2:30 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And so snow had been accumulating at that point when you first got the call for about 8 hours after the body was found, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, before you conduct a search, is it important for you to know in general terms
What
the
happened?
working theory of the police and the investigators in terms of what had happened at the scene?
It's not. I want as detailed information on what we're looking for. As far as the investigation's concerned, that's not interesting to me. I'm not interested in those exact specifics. I just want to know where you would like us to search and what you need us to find.
Right, but in order to know what you are seeking to find, you'd need
He's
to
like, "No, I
learn
searched for
from
shit."
the investigators what they believed happened that would leave that evidence, correct?
Correct, sir. He told us we were looking for pieces of taillight from a vehicle.
All right. You'd also want to know prior to getting to the scene who had access to the scene before you got there, would you not?
I did not need to know that information, no, sir. And I did not ask that.
All right. Is it important to maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
Sometimes, but a lot of times when we're involved in searches, we might not be out for days later. If search efforts have been exhausted and they don't think any evidence can be recovered, we will go out to scenes that have been left unsecured for days on end.
Sure. No, I understand that, but that wasn't my question. My question was, is it important to maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
No, you can leave it unattended if you don't believe it'll be disturbed or anything will be taken, sir.
Is it preferable to leave a crime scene unattended?
He's like, "We live in the
Prior
real
to
world in
searching
a
it?
blizzard, sir."
No, I think they would have searched it before we arrived, yes, sir.
Again, I'm going to ask if you would, please just
Oh,
respond to my
what
question.
my preference would be, sir, yes, I'd prefer that it was secured.
Okay, that wasn't very difficult.
Apologize on the
Objection, Your Honor.
So, no comments, Ms. Giannetti.
At the time that Lieutenant Tully first
The
called
judge
you, were you
Is not
aware
happy with the
that
spice.
no one from law enforcement was controlling that crime scene?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
Were you aware at that time that no one had been controlling it for about 6 or 7 hours before you were called?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene had been abandoned by the police and
Would have been
investigators at
cleared,
about
to be
7:50
fair.
in the morning?
Objection.
It had been cleared, to be
Allow it.
fair, not abandoned.
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene was left open to the public for hours before you were asked to search?
I was not aware of that.
All right, in any case, when you got there, there was only one trooper on scene, and that was a trooper from your unit,
Correct, sir.
Beausoleil?
Correct.
Nobody else was guarding the crime scene at that point, correct?
There was not.
In fact, at that point, did you know where specifically on the property you were going to be searching?
I did not.
They told him when he got there.
And in your experience, is it proper procedure in an investigation that requires a search for law enforcement to give up control of the area that will be searched?
It's not unusual for us to respond to scenes like that, sir.
It happens, but is it proper procedure, sir, to give up control of an area to be searched prior to the search?
If they don't think anything will be recovered in the meantime, sir, it's something we encounter all the time on our searches.
Right? So in this case, is it your testimony then that the investigators didn't think that anything would be recovered?
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, well, you recorded that there was a second alert regarding this case at 2:53 p.m., correct?
That was the initial alert, sir.
Well, the initial,
That's-
maybe we're
This is the timing that will be
semantics
helpful.
here, but you were first notified at 2:32 p.m. by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
That's him calling me. The 253 alert is sent out to my full team.
Okay. That 2:53 alert is the second time that you're receiving information about this case, right? The first being 2:32 from Lieutenant Tully.
No, that's not new information. That's me taking the information I received from Lieutenant Tully and sending it out to the rest of my team because they were not aware of the circumstances yet.
So you were the one to send out that second
That's
alert,
helpful
or
to
that
know.
alert?
West team supervisor, because I was going to start clearing my driveway. So I reached out to a West team supervisor. He sent out that alert.
And who was that?
That was then Sergeant, now Lieutenant Simpson.
And the alert that Sergeant Simpson sent out was an instruction for members of your team to begin clearing off their cruisers and their driveways to get ready to go,
Yeah, get
correct?
here.
That was an availability of alert to see who would be available to respond.
My bird
And
feeders are
that
very
they should
active
begin
today.
clearing off their cruisers and
Blue
driveways,
Jays
correct?
back.
Yes, so they would be able to respond.
Like a good weather party. out
But
at
your
my
team
house.
was still not activated at that point, correct?
Correct.
In fact, Sergeant Simpson explicitly wrote in that alert, quote, "We do not have the green light yet," end quote, correct?
Correct, sir.
The chain of
Sergeant
command must be
Simpson at
real
2:53
annoying.
p.m. in that alert actually typed it in twice that your team did not have the green light, correct?
Correct. It's a voice generator response. It will normally duplicate the instructions. So as I listen to it, if they miss it the first time through, they can hopefully hear it clearly the second time through.
Okay.
I mean, I need things.
And it
from
was
you.
very clear that you didn't have the green light from that alert, correct?
Correct, sir. We weren't authorized to respond yet.
Okay. Now, you stated that you were in Massachusetts at the time you were first contacted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how far were you from Canton?
Normally would be about a 20-minute ride.
All right. With the blizzard conditions, however, it took you longer than that?
43 minutes, sir.
Double.
Now,
I very much relate to relaying distance and time. Just distance and time. How far? 20 minutes. I think you wanted to know how many miles, but I also measure distance and time, so it just works for me.
you're familiar with the CERT Administrative Journal extract?
What?
The Daily Journal, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That recorded, and when I say that, I mean, you called it the Daily Journal?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll call it the Daily Journal. That Daily Journal
Means something
recorded
different
the
to me,
initial
but-
contact that you had with Lieutenant Tully at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, that was entered into the Daily Journal.
And then the second entry was the 2:53 p.m. alert that was sent out by Sergeant Simpson, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's in the Daily Journal or not, but that would be the alert, sir.
May I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Leave it there. I have an extra copy. I have no problem with him referring to it.
We're gonna just zoom. as people approach and whatever.
Once you've had a chance to review that.
I saw a
Lieutenant,
number
look
of
what the
you
meeting
ask
done.
questions or the same
Also,
question
sir.
asked a number of
So
times
you'd agree with
about why would the defense say they never saw a shoe if they were aware of the images? I don't know why the defense would say they never found a shoe, because they clearly found a shoe. And it's clearly the victim's shoe based on all the videos that we've seen. So I don't know why the defense would represent that they didn't. They have so much in this case that is bizarre and reeks of fuckery. Why say, hey, the shoe's never found if clearly the shoe was recovered? Now, what I want to know is where the shoe went after they found it, and if it is subsequently still located or something else happened. So I need more information. But it's odd to say the shoe was never recovered if it was.
me that
Agreed.
the 2:32 p.m. phone call with Lieutenant Tully
Ms.
is
Squirrel,
in the
thank you
Daily
for the
Journal,
gifted
correct?
memberships.
Yes, it is.
And the 2:53 p.m. alert by Sergeant Simpson is also in the Journal, correct?
Yes, it is.
Both of those have a timestamp, do they not?
They do, sir.
What is the next entry on that journal?
It says, "Cert activated en route to Canton."
Now, there is no time entry next to that. I'm sorry, no time is entered next to that entry, correct?
There is not, no.
The previous alert said only to clear the vehicles and driveways, essentially, right? To check on availability.
Correct,
ready.
sir.
So the time that your team is alerted was entered in the journal, but there is no time entered in this journal as to when you were dispatched, correct?
Correct, sir.
Excuse me, Yannetti. It's been a really long weekend. Could you just say when you were rolled out? Could we just say roll out? So in my head, I can just go roll out every single time, because I need the novelty this morning.
But
It's just
you
the
have a
phrase.
memory of after that 2:53 p.m. alert sent out by Sergeant Simpson,
I'm
that
sorry if you all are
Lieutenant
now
Tully
saying roll
called
out.
you back about an hour later.
It's not a memory, sir. Our alert for the team to respond is time-stamped at 3:48 p.m.
Okay, and that was Sergeant Simpson that recorded that, correct?
Correct, sir.
But that's not in the Daily Journal, correct?
No, that's in the Health and Homeland Alert Network, which records all our alerts that get sent out. And that was time-stamped at 3:48.
3:48, okay. Now, other than
That's a very concise
authorization
answer. I appreciate that.
that would have been obtained after the 2:53 p.m. alert, did you ever ascertain what else changed on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detective
KS,
Unit
you're absolutely
that
right about
allowed you
that.
now to have the green light?
I'm not sorry.
Once I was done cleaning my driveway off, which took a significant amount of time, I spoke to my captain. He said we were approved through our chain of command. And that's when either I contacted Lieutenant Tully or he called me. He said he was approved through his chain of command to include the deputy superintendent who was authorizing a response.
Okay,
So there's several layers of the chain of command that have to approve a response for numerous reasons. Staffing reasons, they know I'm going to be pulling, again, I said some of my team members aren't full-time members. Some of them I have to pull off their assignments. So if they're on patrol, I'll now be shorting a barracks. They take that into consideration, overtime consideration, safety consideration of now additional members driving through the whether to respond. So that all gets discussed
By
at
the
levels above
higher-ups.
us.
all right. That answer applied to strictly issues regarding authorization on both ends, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah.
You
Seem
recall
to.
my question, which was, other than authorization, did you learn what, if anything, had changed in that time period from 2:53?
Yannetti, no. Yannetti, no. Don't give in to the what if anything. Yannetti, you have to fight it. Fight the what if anything. Stop it. Go back to roll out.
p.m. to 3:48 p.m. on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit.
No, sir. We just talked about the authorization process.
Sometime shortly before 4 o'clock, you're talking about 3:48 being the alert authorizing you to depart. Sometime before 4, Sergeant Simpson informed your team to start heading to Canton and to report to you, correct?
Correct, sir.
That meant that team members should basically stop what they're doing, the ones who are going to be going, get their gear ready, suit up, get in a car,
And roll
and
out.
start driving to Canton to meet up with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And we've already discussed that on this particular day with blizzard conditions and the roads as they existed, that would obviously take more time than it would on a clear sunny day, correct?
Correct, sir.
And I believe your estimation is maybe about a 20-minute drive in good weather with good roads versus the 43 minutes it actually took you to get there, correct?
Correct.
Now, the 7 members of your team who did show up were Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Louise, O'Brien, you, and Viscardi, correct?
Correct, sir.
You all arrived at about the same time, sir?
No, we had a pretty significant difference between arrival times.
Okay. Is there something called a personnel status report that records arrival times, sir?
No, it doesn't record arrival times. We just enter who's responding. We use our geotab, which is our vehicle locator, to determine arrival times.
Oh, Shells, that's nice to know.
Is it your testimony?
I'm glad to hear it. I will talk more about CrimeCon later. I had some really nice conversations and a really funny story with Mark Garrigan.
Is it your testimony that the personnel status report does not record the date and time that somebody arrived on scene?
No, that's all manually entered, sir.
Do you deny that the
Natalie O asked a great question in the chat, and your hair looks awesome in your profile picture. John O'Keefe was pronounced dead right around 7:50 a.m. I don't know why it took so long for them to call back state police. We haven't had those witnesses yet. State police were initially called. They said they weren't taking the case. Then state police were called again later. We don't know when. And then they called the CERT team. So state police had taken over, and I believe Proctor was already involved in doing questioning before CERT was ever called back out. Why did it take so long for them to call CERT back out? Why did they wait till it was dark? There's a lot of questions, but this is not the witness who's going to answer that question. We're going to have to wait and hope to piece it together better. But yeah, it's real curious who made that decision to wait. It's not this guy's fault. This guy's like, I go where I'm told after it runs up the chain of command with 1 million people. And then I show up and our team searches and then I leave. That's it. We search. But the search team wasn't called out until after 3. So what happened between 8 a.m. and after 3? We'll find out, hopefully at some point. Otherwise, it leaves questions, and that's not good for the prosecution. If everybody just has millions of questions. Questions are not helpful.
personnel status report in this case
Questions are very helpful for the defense.
recorded the date and time of each of those officers that I just mentioned who came on scene?
Hopefully that helps.
It has who arrived on scene, yes, sir.
But it doesn't just say who arrived on scene. The personnel status report says when they arrived on scene, correct?
Yeah, it's whenever they would have been entered into the system. But that doesn't mean they were officially on scene yet,
All
sir.
right, but again, that's not what the document
My throat's
says, right?
cranky.
It doesn't say we're entering this into the system because they're arriving. The document says on scene and it gives a date and time, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
All right. Now, your testimony is, oh, and by the way,
Hollis asked, will
The
there be any vehicle data? There
personnel
has
status
to be.
report, you'd agree with me,
There
has
has to
everybody
be.
except for you and Beausoleil showing up at 5 p.m. on January 29th of 2022, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
And it has you and Beausoleil showing up 5 minutes before that at 4:55 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
But it's your testimony that when you got there, it was just you and Beausoleil, correct?
Correct, sir.
Which actually would be consistent with the personnel status report, right?
Yes, sir.
Because that has you two showing up first as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And then your testimony is that
Thank you, Michelle.
other
My
members
sinuses
didn't show
are
up
fighting me today.
until between 5:20
They're
and
doing that.
5:24 p.m.
Trooper Bearden arrived at 5:21. Sergeant Luis and Sergeant O'Brien arrived at 5:24. Trooper Viscardi showed up at 5:34. Sergeant Carrier showed up at 5:41.
How do you remember
So
that
the
without
last
your
member
report,
of your
sir?
team, which is,
Well done.
again, Carrier,
Carrier, correct, sir, 5:41.
he showed up at 5:41, and now your team was all there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, except for the one who got snowed in by the flag.
So is it your testimony that you did not meet up as a team somewhere and head to 34 Fairview? You all arrived individually.
That's correct, sir.
Did every single trooper who arrived have their own cruiser?
Yes, they did, sir.
Nobody was in their PVs.
Now, you would agree with me that when Lieutenant Tully first contacted
With the weather,
you
I'd
at
be
2:32
Curious
p.m.,
if somebody was in a
it
personal
was
vehicle, that's all.
still daytime, correct?
Yes, it was.
So it was light out, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that at around 5 o'clock on this late January day in Massachusetts, it was dark out by the time you got there, correct?
Yes, it was.
So when you finally arrived on scene, after getting your team getting the green light, it was dark for the start of your search, correct?
Yes, it was.
When you got there, you set up a command post.
Yes.
Well, you could call my cruiser command post, sure, sir.
Well, I
sir,
didn't use the term.
You're trying to be cheeky and have like a moment, which is maybe I'm too annoyed because it's Monday, but your fucking map says command post. So don't snark back at Yannetti when he's not been snarky with you. Your MFing map says command post, sir.
Command post, sir. Did I?
You did
Who
not.
used it first?
We marked my cruiser as a command post on the map, sir.
Okay. And a command
hate
post is a
that. I
base of
hated that.
operations at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you parked your cruiser basically in front of the driveway at 34 Fairview to serve as the command post?
Yes, right side of the driveway, yes, sir.
And you were initially facing away from the flagpole when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Which would mean that your cruiser was parked technically on the wrong side of the street facing Cedar Crest because you were against 34 Fairview,
Correct, sir.
and then ultimately turned it around?
Well, yes, myself and Trooper Bousselet moved our vehicles.
All right, and you initially parked there in part because you wanted to keep the area where you were searching clear of vehicles, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was where you met at the, we'll call it a
Make him
command
right.
post because
Why the
you did
snark?
your cruiser. That was where
It's
you met
just
to
so
discuss
not
the
needed.
parameters of the search?
When Detective Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, that's where we spoke.
Okay. And you would agree with me that it was Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit who told you where to look and what to look for, correct?
Correct. He told us the area he thought would be the best probability to find what we were looking for.
In addition to your team, the 7 of you, you noted that there were 5 other officers on scene at various points, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was about 5, sir.
They were all in uniform?
They were not.
Some were in plain clothes?
They were.
And you didn't know who those 5 other officers were, correct?
I only recognized 2 of them, sir.
And then did you ask?
And so the other 3, you didn't know if they were state police or Canton police?
Correct, sir.
At that point, were you made aware that the Canton police had been conflicted out of this investigation?
I had not, no, sir.
And again, it's not unusual for CERT
All
to
right.
come in
Now-
and search on state cases. But he would have known that
Lieutenant
Tully was in
Tully
charge and Tully was part of state police.
Directing you
He might not
to
necessarily
an
know
area
why.
where he said that John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
He directed us to where he believed the vehicle involved had been parked and to where the victim's body was recovered.
All right, so again, in answer to my question, he did direct you to an area where he believed the victim's body was found, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that he believed that the victim officer was hit and dragged by a motor vehicle, correct?
What?
Yeah, I believe he might have said possibly dragged.
All right. But in terms of your paperwork on the case, there's something called a final mission report, correct?
Yes, there is, sir.
And what is the final mission report?
That's just a brief summary of the actions conducted by CERT during our assignment.
And with regard to, just going back for a
New
second, with regard to those
information.
5 officers, you mentioned that you recognized 2 of the 5 officers that were in plainclothes at the scene.
That's what I
Correct,
said.
sir.
And what departments were they from?
The only 2 I recognized were from the state police.
Okay. Now, getting back to the final mission report, you called it a brief summary of what you had done with regard to the search, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just because it's brief doesn't mean that it should be inaccurate, correct?
Correct.
Correct, sir.
It's important with regard to anything that you submit on this case that you be as accurate as possible, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you try to be, correct?
Do our best, sir.
And there is an entry, there are 6 different categories on, or I should say 7 different categories on the final mission report. The first being the mission name, which you entered as the Canton Evidence Search,
It looks
correct?
like he's looking
Yes,
down
sir.
at his
And
report.
that was accurate. The evidence search occurred, and it occurred in Canton, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also put the date and time of the first call, and you entered that as January 29th of 2022 at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate because you've testified that's when Lieutenant Tully contacted you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a entry or a question or a box that says general terrain, and you entered that as neighborhood, snow-covered street, and front lawn, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that was accurate, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, some of it had
And
been
in terms
plowed.
of incident type, you entered evidence search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a
I'm just
final
sitting here
mission
waiting to see what's
report
inaccurate,
that
given the
talks
nature of the
about your
questions.
mission and starts with, 7 CERT members, and that's the CERT team, right?
Yes, sir.
7 CERT members responded to the scene, and it talks about, the snow in the area where the victim's body was found, the plows hadn't cleared the street, et cetera, et cetera. That paragraph is accurate as well, correct?
Yes, it is, sir.
And then there's a final mission report by, and it gives your name, Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, and it has your accurate badge number, which is 3042, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, everything that we've just discussed in terms of what you put in your final mission report was entered accurately, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the final category is general description of mission. And would you agree with me that you entered the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
I don't remember exactly how it's worded, sir. If I could.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Was hit and dragged is
It's been a
different than
recurring theme.
possibly
Do you need,
dragged.
I do not.
Glasses? You
I do
don't.
not,
Okay.
sir.
All right, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Or maybe he's not looking down at a report on his desk because he didn't have it. Yeah, Yanetti's hammering out on it because hit and dragged is new information. I appreciate
All set, sir. Thank you.
that the cross builds into this is accurate, this is accurate, this is accurate, this is accurate. So what about
Lieutenant,
this?
having read that portion of the final mission report, is your memory refreshed?
Yes, it is, sir.
All right. And did you enter in there, the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
Yes, it is. I did, sir.
All right. Now, with regard to the area that, or I should say, Lieutenant Tully's direction to you to search the area where the victim's body was found, Lieutenant Tully never informed you that he was actually present and saw the victim's body in that spot, did he?
You know, that's the assumption there.
He did not. No, sir.
Did you mark the place where John O'Keefe's body was found with GPS coordinates?
We did not. He wasn't no longer on scene, sir. So I think that would have been not 100% accurate.
Okay. You also mentioned that Lieutenant Tully directed you to the area where the SUV had been parked, correct?
To where the vehicle was believed to have been parked, yes, sir.
At that time, did you know it was an SUV or not?
I did not, sir.
All right. But in any case, Lieutenant Tully didn't tell you that he ever saw the vehicle parked in the area to which he directed you, correct?
He did not say that he saw it there, no, sir.
So Lieutenant Tully told you to look for a man's sneaker, correct?
That was one of the items missing, yes, sir.
And he told you to look for red and clear plastic pieces of taillight, correct?
He just said taillight, didn't say red clear, but taillight pieces.
Okay. Did Lieutenant Tully give you approval not just to search outside the house, but also inside the house?
No, we never discussed searching inside the house, sir.
And
I think that's the
you
point of the
mentioned
question.
during your testimony that you confirmed that the
I think that's the point.
homeowner was there, right? Because he came out of the house at one point?
I don't know if it was the homeowner, but an adult male exited the house while we were there, sir.
Sure. And he appeared to live at that home, correct? Let me just have a moment.
He's like, I don't know. He came out of the house. I don't know if he lived at the house. Coming out of the house is different than living in your house.
All right. Now, with regard to the area that you were searching, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Tully was the one who directed you where to search and what to search for, correct?
He gave us the best idea for the search area, yes, sir.
All right. And it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search.
He told us where he believed the vehicle was parked and where the victim's body was found, and I decided how far of a distance we would search.
Okay. So that's another way of saying it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search, correct?
Yeah, I based it off of the information he provided, yes, sir.
So the answer is yes.
I guess
Not
so,
exactly. Yes.
This was not the first time that you and your team have done a search in the snow, correct?
Not for evidence. We had never done a search like this before, just for missing person searches.
I see. But in any case, you've been trained to search winter crime scenes that have snow, correct?
Our red solo
Correct,
cups part
sir.
of the training.
There are proper
Question.
techniques for conducting such searches during or after a snowfall, correct?
People have
Yeah,
to
we
search
have
in the
best
snow on
practices we
occasion.
use.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Yes,
you.
we have best practices we use, sir.
Of course. Best practices would include documenting the scene and the area to be searched with photographs and diagrams, correct?
Yes, sir.
It would also include using, gentle methods to remove snow, correct?
Yeah, the best way you can, yes, sir.
That might include, smaller hand tools, brushes, gloved hands.
Only if you would have a real small area.
It would include removing snow layer by layer and then sifting it and documenting
They did try
evidence
to remove
again
it layer by
for
layer
each
with a
layer that's
snow
removed.
blower.
Yeah, I believe that's how we went through, sir. We went slowly, methodically, and sifting through the snow as we progressed down the area. Correct.
And best practices would mean documenting by photographs along the way the progress of your search, would it not?
That would be up to the detectives or the crime scene unit, sir.
Wasn't that
Well,
you?
But you were the one who was making those decisions, correct?
Not for documentation purposes. No, that's not our responsibility, sir.
Okay.
Whose responsibility is
But you would
it?
agree with me that it would be advisable to document your search in that way, would it not?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
Okay. Well, would it harm your search in any way to fully document it along the way?
It would not harm it, no, sir.
You want to take your time and work methodically and
they were in a
thoroughly
blizzard.
in the search, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you want to collect evidence as it's located and immediately photograph it in place before it's disturbed, correct?
Yeah, as evidence is discovered, it will get photographed in place. Yes, sir.
During your search in this case, your team found a sneaker and pieces of red and clear plastic, correct?
Correct, sir.
The evidence that you found was basically on top of each other, within a few inches of each other, correct?
Within a foot or two, a couple feet, yes, sir.
I mean, but you were scooping it and dumping it because you were shoveling the
Well,
snow, so they could have been found on top of each
You
other.
testified at a prior proceeding in this matter, did you not?
I did, sir.
And you were sworn to tell the truth during that prior proceeding as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that testimony was closer in time to the search that you conducted on January 29th than today is, correct?
Yes, it was, sir.
And your memory would have been better then than it is today, correct?
Probably, sir.
You were asked the question, quote, and as far as the red and clear glass you believed consistent with the taillight, was that found in the same area as the sneaker or somewhere else? Do you recall that question?
I believe being asked that question, yes, sir.
And your answer was same area within a few inches, less than a foot, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, you mapped out GPS coordinates for what you found?
One of the team members did, yes, sir.
Your team did?
Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit was present during the search, correct?
Yes, he was.
And he was the one that was photographing the items that were found?
Yes, he did.
So I'd like to ask you a few questions about your observations about where these items were found in relation to each other. Was there a
Dr. B's
piece of
getting ready to
red
make a coffee
plastic
run for me.
located on the roadway left of the flagpole when you look at the house from the street?
Left of the flagpole. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, given your testimony about these items essentially being in the same area less than a foot away from each other, it could not be true then that from that red piece of plastic that was found in the street, that 3 feet south of that was a black Nike sneaker found under the snow. That couldn't have happened, correct?
Well, I don't know where the distance between the objects as far as the mapping purposes, sir, but as far as how far apart, the first thing we discovered was one red piece of plastic. And then further south, that's when we found the sneaker and additional pieces.
Right, but again, they were all in the same area less than a foot apart, correct?
The same general area, but could have been over a foot, sir. I'd have to measure between the GPS markings.
Okay, well, so is your testimony today that what you testified to in that prior proceeding, where everything was less than a foot apart, that wasn't accurate?
Objection.
Allow it. Is that your testimony, sir?
Best recollection that they were within around a foot, but to be 100% accurate, you would have to measure between the two GPS points, which I have not done.
Sure, but if your estimate is you didn't even say a foot, you said less than a foot, correct?
I believe that's what you read, around a foot, yes, sir.
Which is what you testified to, correct?
Correct, sir.
Because he's trying
So,
to distance himself. That's what you read.
If
It's like, no, that's what you
less than a
said.
foot, then by definition, the sneaker couldn't have been found 3 feet south of where that red piece of plastic was, correct?
Yeah, and I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
You don't know what's accurate.
Are you
Well,
accurate?
you're saying 3 feet. I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
Are you accurate
No,
then, or
that's
are
what I'm
you
asking
accurate
you.
now?
Is it accurate?
I don't know, sir. I'm not sure the exact distance. I didn't measure the GPS markings, sir. I'm not.
All right.
I don't know. I didn't know where you came up with that number 3 feet, sir.
I'm just asking questions.
Okay.
I'm just asking questions.
He's
All
like,
right,
I'm
so,
confused.
With regard to, let's assume for a moment that the sneaker was found 3 feet south of that first red piece of plastic. From your observations, was there a clear piece of plastic that was found a few feet south of that black sneaker?
There was a piece of clear plastic found just past the sneaker.
A few feet south of the sneaker?
I don't know where you're getting that from, sir.
Again, you don't have to worry where my questions are coming
So,
from.
Mr. Yannetti, no comments. Next
Sure.
question.
I'm just asking a factual question. You were there, I was not.
Mr. Yannetti, just ask the
Yes.
question.
Was a clear piece of plastic found a few feet south of the black sneaker, which was found 3 feet
Why
south
is this so
of
hard?
the red piece of plastic? Did that happen?
I don't know the distance, sir. No, not without measuring it, but I wouldn't think it was that far of a distance. They were much closer than that.
Right. I mean, you say you don't know the distance, but you testified to what the distance was in
That's
that
going to get
prior
objected
proceeding,
to.
did you not?
Objection.
Next question, please.
All right. And then,
I don't know who made that noise.
moving along,
But
we
I
have
think
the
it was the
red piece of
witness.
plastic, 3 feet south, black sneaker, a few feet south, clear plastic, then finally, several feet
Oh, that's
south
Lally,
of
that
that
last one.
clear piece of plastic, was there a second piece of red plastic found, several feet south?
No, again, I don't agree with your description of the distance, sir.
Okay. All right. So we will agree that, one piece of red plastic, 3 feet south sneaker, a few feet south clear piece of plastic, and then several feet south more red plastic. That didn't happen, correct?
I don't agree on those distances, no, sir.
No. Okay. Now, you testified that these items were buried under some snow, correct?
Correct, sir. They were under snow.
May I have those exhibits, please? Okay, can I display exhibit 113, please?
All right, the jury needs to take a break. Why don't
Sure.
why don't we have this be our morning?
Okay, I guess we're going to the morning break.
All rise for the court, please.
The growling is not me. It's not me with the exasperated sighs this morning. It could be, but it's not.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to see if the judge has anything to say to them, and then we're going to zoom through this break. Oh, the judge is already... Oh, no, she wasn't already off the bench. I was like, is she already off the bench? All right, we're going to zoom through this break real quick. Well, the in-court cameras pan back to the fan. Let's see. This is a pretty long break. So, where we're at now, for those of you just joining us, hi, hello, how are you? Happy Monday. Welcome back to a full day of court. Yay. The jury has taken the morning break. We've got about 2 more hours to go before they break for lunch, and I will be taking a break at lunch as well. The witness that's on the stand right now is Lieutenant O'Hara from the state police. He was the head of the CERT team, which was the search team that rolled out that morning. Well, not facts. That evening to 34 Fairview to search for the things they were told to search for, because Tully directed where they searched and what they were searching for and said, in this general area, we are looking for taillight and a sneaker. And they went and searched for taillight and a sneaker and found pieces of taillight and a sneaker. So that is what they're testifying to. Those things had been mostly shoveled up. And then as they dumped snow out of the shovel and were sifting through the snow, found those pieces of taillight. They all seem to be found pretty close to where the sneaker was, on the curb line. So that's where we're at. We're in the middle of cross-examination now. But my feed just gave me the spinny wheel of doom. So I'm going to have to fix that for y'all real quick so we don't get spinny wheeled as we get back into court with this witness still on cross-examination. So don't forget to do the YouTube things. There's 30,000 of you here, the likey, subscribey, all the thingies. Let's go back to court and see what, if anything, new we learn as this witness retakes the stand. But it seems the evidence was pretty close together. That's my takeaway.
Lieutenant O'Hara,
and under the snow.
Testified on direct examination that you collected 6 or 7 pieces of plastic, correct?
I believe that's what we found, yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that it's important to be precise in your investigation and your search?
Yes, why Lieutenant Tully took an evidence log, sir.
Right. So as you testify here today, 2.5 years later, can you tell the jury whether it was 6 or 7 of the pieces of plastic that you actually found?
I've never seen the evidence log from that night, sir, so I'm not sure exactly how many he recovered. Again, I was partaking in the search, so I'm not sure what the exact number is, sir.
And you would agree with me that you only mapped 3 of them on the map that was introduced here at trial, correct?
Correct.
And again, that was because the pieces were essentially on top of each other, correct?
Correct. As you would mark them on the GPS, they were marking almost directly on top of each other, and we knew that was going to...
Okay. And they certainly were not being marked feet away from each other, several feet, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And you are aware that Lieutenant Tully photographed 5 pieces of plastic that day, are you not?
I'm not sure. I'd never seen the photos until probably about a week ago, sir.
All right. In any case, you did say to the State Police Detective Unit at the end of this search that if they wanted you and your team to come back out during daylight hours, you would, correct?
Correct, sir.
So I'd like to direct your attention to 6 specific dates, and then I'll ask you a question. February 3rd, February 4th, February 8th, February 10th, February 11th, and February 18th. Those 6 dates. And my question is, did the lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor, ever call you on one of those 6 dates to come back to the scene to conduct a further search?
No, he did not.
I have nothing further.
Interesting.
Okay. Redirect, Mr. Lally.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
This should be brief. There's not much there.
So, Lieutenant O'Hara, with respect to both yourself and Lieutenant Tully, as far as being dispatched, that decision comes from above both of your heads with respect to each of your units. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, sir.
Now, you were asked some questions about a daily journal. Can you describe for the jury sort of what that is or what kind of information would typically be kept in that?
That would just be our day-to-day activities. We'll give a quick gist of what we're doing each day. Be more general than, that doesn't get too thorough.
Now, you had made mention during your testimony of some other documentation that would be more specific. Is that correct?
To all of you that said nothing's
Correct, sir.
brief with Lally,
And what
fair.
would some of those be, and
Fair.
how would that be more specific?
That's a report that gets generated through our mission manager software, so it creates a little bit more detailed response.
And are you familiar with an AVL?
I am, yes, sir.
And what is an AVL?
It's the Geotab GPS on the cruiser's automatic vehicle locator system.
And the vehicle that you were operating that day, was that equipped with an AVL?
Yes, it was, sir.
And is that how you're able to tell the precise time of your arrival on scene,
Correct, sir.
as well as each member of your unit? Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Now,
Okay.
as far as the items and where they were, again, I just asked from the photographs that were marked as exhibits before, where the items were when they were located by members of your team, they were photographed as they lay. Is that correct?
Correct, sir. As they were discovered, they were photographed.
So regardless of inches versus feet versus whatever distance it was, you didn't measure that. Is that correct?
We did not, no, sir.
But as far as where they were actually discovered or where they were recovered, they were photographed where they were when you found them, correct?
Correct, sir.
Nothing further.
Right?
Yeah, and those photos were so close that there's no real marker. Like there's a photo of a thing in a pile of snow, but without the curb line or the flagpole or the fire hydrant, there's no context for things on snow.
All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Next
Thank you, Your Honor.
witness.
Appreciate it. Need this journal back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this will be witness.
Ms. Giannetti, this is your
52.
paperwork, I believe.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Ms. Maureen Hartnett to the stand.
This is witness 52.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
I would imagine state police, but I could be wrong. Maureen Hartnett.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
All right, Ms. Hartnett, I know I'm going to ask you
Like
throughout this
Josh.
to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, actor.
And Ms. Hartnett, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Criminalistics Unit and Crime Scene Response Unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long in total have you been with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
In total, approximately 8 years.
And
Crime
I'm going
Lab.
to ask you some questions just a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go as far as your undergraduate was concerned?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Bridgewater State University.
And following receipt of that degree, where did you go from there?
Chat. I am sua sponte going to 1.25 while we go through background training and experience. I will put it back to normal speed if need be and when need be, but right now we are going to 1.25 because we can.
I have a Master of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven.
And after you received your master's, where did you go after that?
I was then hired by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And when you're initially hired, you mentioned that you're a forensic scientist too now, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So when you're initially hired, or when you were initially hired at the State Crime Lab, what was your position and what did that entail?
Are you referring to back in 2004 or in my current hire?
You're back in 2000.
In 2004, I was originally hired as a temporary employee in the CODIS unit.
And what is it that you did there?
I collected blood samples for the DNA database.
And did you receive any sort of training in
Were
regards
you
to
rehired?
in regard to
Were
that
you
work?
terminated?
Yes,
or
I was trained on
rehired?
how to properly collect and seal those samples.
And what did the
Not in
training sort of
silicones.
consist of in reference to that?
I demonstrated being able to take those collections and then properly store them and seal them.
Now, your current position, what is your position at the Crime Lab now?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist too in the Criminalistics Unit and Crime Scene Response Units.
And what is sort of the difference between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 1?
A forensic scientist 1 is still in training at the crime lab.
And did you start as a forensic scientist 1 when you came into this particular unit?
Yes, I did.
And about how long a period of or process is it from the time that you start as a forensic scientist 1 before you become a forensic scientist 2?
It took me approximately 9 to 10 months to be signed off to be a forensic scientist 2.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what goes on as far as that process is concerned, going from a forensic scientist 1 to a forensic scientist 2?
During that time period, we are being trained in the various types of analysis that we'll perform in the Criminalistics Unit.
Okay.
And what exactly does that training sort of consist of?
The training is broken up into modules, which addresses each type of analysis. At the end of each module, we take a written exam, an oral exam, and a hand-on practical exam. Once each module is successfully completed, we'll move on to the next module.
And what are your duties as a forensic scientist in the Criminalistics Unit and the Crime Scene Response Unit?
In the Criminalistics Unit, I examine items of evidence submitted by law enforcement personnel or crime scene responders for the presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, as well as trace materials such as hairs and fibers. I also perform gunshot residue collection and damage analysis.
And with respect to the Crime Scene Response Unit?
For the Crime Scene Response Unit, I respond to crime scenes. I document crime scenes, analyze or test evidence, preserve the evidence, and then transport that evidence back to the crime lab.
And now, with reference to your training experience, specifically in the Crime Scene Response Unit, what is, based on your training experience, what is sort of the definition of what is a crime scene?
A crime
Oh
scene
my
is any
God.
location that may contain evidence related to a crime.
Now, with regard
What
to
is a
those
crime
two
scene?
positions, what, if any, training did you receive in regard to those 2 units that you're currently in while you were at the lab?
I'm sure it's important. I just don't see
For
how.
I'm sorry, are you speaking about the crime scene training specifically?
Crime scene training? Yes. Let me ask
Did
you
you
first.
go to the
start
crime
with the
scene in this
criminalistic.
case?
The criminalistics training, I completed modules on body fluid identification, such as blood and semen, trace analysis, identification of hairs and fibers, pattern evidence, such as blood stain pattern evidence, as well as damage analysis.
And
Did you
as
go
far
to
as
the
the training
crime
was concerned
scene?
with regard to the crime scene response.
I received training in proper documentation using sketches and diagrams of the scene. I also received training in trace collection at crime scenes, as well as gunshot residue collection at crime scenes.
Now, the crime lab that you work for, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And what does that, as far as accreditation, what does that mean?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance process that the laboratory is a part of, or an outside body evaluates our crime lab to ensure that our personnel, procedures, and instruments are held to certain scientific standards.
And the outside sort of vendor or the outside accrediting agency, who is that in regard to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Our laboratory is accredited by ANAB, which stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board, and ANSI is another acronym that stands for American National Standards Institute.
And as far as that accreditation is concerned, how often is that something that that your lab undergoes, or is there a certain audit process? How is accreditation sort of achieved?
We are audited, I believe, I want to say every 2 years, but I'm not 100% sure. They come out to the lab and they go through certain systems or have a certain scope in which they audit us. We also do internal audits as well.
And as far as that accreditation is concerned, is that something that was up to date in the month of January of 2022?
We've heard
Yes,
this
it was.
from other
Is it up to date
witnesses.
currently as well?
Yes.
Now, your work, I believe you just alluded to this as far as your testimony, but does your work go through some sort of review process?
Yes, every assignment that I complete goes through both a technical review process and an administrative review process.
Can you explain a little bit about what each of those is and what it means?
A technical review process is done by an independent analyst, either a peer or a supervisor, who will look through my file and determine whether or not they can come to the same conclusions that I came to based on my notes.
Are you familiar, based on your training and experience within the lab, of something called a proficiency test?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the jury what is your understanding? What is a proficiency test?
Proficiency tests are given in the different types of analysis that we do at the lab to ensure that we are maintaining our competency in that type of analysis.
And about how often are these administered, or how often do you take proficiency tests?
For biological fluid identification, I take 2 per year. For trace identification, I take 1 per year. And for crime scene response, I take 1 per year.
2 per year. Okay.
And these proficiency tests, are they required by the accrediting body ANAB that you were referring to?
Yes, they are.
And did you take a proficiency test in hair and fiber identification in 2022?
Yes, I did.
And what was the outcome of that proficiency test?
That was successfully completed and required a remediation.
Can you explain to the jury
What
what
is a
remediation is
remediation?
and why this specific proficiency test required remediation?
A remediation occurs when you have an inconsistent answer with that is expected by the laboratory or by the test provider. In this particular instance, I had an inconsistent answer with the expected laboratory result.
Oh, so you had
And
to.
how was the remediation
So she didn't complete it, and then it was remediated, and then she completed it.
completed in this instance?
After the inconsistent answer was identified by my technical leader, we had a verbal discussion about why I came to the conclusion I did. To be more specific, each item had 2 samples. One of the samples.
I'm going to slow her down just because I want to see her demeanor talking about this. This, I would imagine, then, is the witness who swabbed the shirt, because we heard that question from Alan Jackson at the end. Like, are you aware that the person that swabbed had failed their testing? So I'm going to slow her down because I think, well, she needed remediation. I don't know if it's the same person, or if there's multiple. So I want to hear the complete answer. So we're slowing it down.
For item 4, I determined as being a human hair without a root, when in fact the root was present. We had a discussion on how I came to that conclusion, and then she mounted that hair back on the microscope, and we discussed different ways that I could have come to the correct conclusion.
And during that remediation process, were you permitted to continue to perform casework during that time?
Yes, I was. I was permitted to continue to perform casework in hair and fiber identification. However, I was temporarily asked to not perform technical reviews of my peers' work on hair and fiber identification.
Technical reviews, because then you'd have to testify and then you'd have to do this.
And was prior casework that you had completed evaluated to verify that the previous reports were issued correctly?
Yes, they were.
And what was the determination in regard to that?
No previous casework was affected by this error.
And have you since completed additional proficiency tests in hair and fiber identification?
Yes, I did.
And what were the outcomes of those subsequent proficiency tests?
Those were successfully completed without needing any additional remediation.
As far as the remediation was concerned, if you could just explain to the jury sort of what the issue was and what that remediation process
She
looked
just
like.
did.
Sure.
She just did.
So I received 4 items in hair and fiber identification. Each item was told that they came from the same source. Item number 4 consisted of 2 items. One was a hair with a root. The other was also a human hair with a root, but I had said the root was absent. That was due to the fact that I didn't see anything like that at the microscope. It was something that was new to me. My technical leader reviewed that hair with me under the microscope. She showed me various characteristics such as a loss of scale pattern and the soft appearance of the root, which I thought was damage. Because we had this discussion and I agreed with the different characteristics that she showed me, she then gave me several hairs, both with damage and with roots, so that I could basically continue to understand the difference of what I was looking at. Once she looked at all my notes and agreed with everything that I had done, she then issued me an additional test to demonstrate my continued competency in this.
Now, how many criminalistics cases have you processed over your time at the lab?
Over 1,000.
And how many scenes have you processed in regard to your work with the crime scene response unit?
I responded to approximately 150 scenes, 80 of which I was the lead investigator on.
And how many exams have you completed with regard to motor vehicles?
Approximately 65.
Now, if I could ask just a general question as far as
So what else did you
blood
do in
testing
this
is
case?
concerned, how is it that you test for blood?
Normally I would test for blood by locating a visible red-brown stain or an area that may contain blood. I perform a screening test, which is not specific to blood, but other items may also come up positive for screening tests. If that screening test is positive, I go on to perform a confirmatory test.
And as far as the screening test is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what it is that you do in performing that screening test?
The screening test is a 2-step process. I take a cotton swab, which I'm
going to pause her for a second. Victoria asked a great question in the chat. Does she come off as overcoached? She keeps looking at the jury and is reminding me of Amber Heard. No, she's testifying like almost every single expert scientist I have seen. They testify very frequently in court. They are comfortable in court. And so I'm not surprised that they look back and forth to the jury. She presents like almost every expert I have ever had testify. They know that what they're talking about is steep, and they repeat their qualifications, training, and everything so frequently that it comes off as rote. So that's how I read
apply
it.
sterile water to.
But
I take
jurists
that
don't
cotton
always
swab
know
and
that.
apply it to the area that I would like to test. And then I add my 2 chemicals to the swab. Depending on what type of screening test I perform, there'll be a color change, either blue or pink for blood.
And with regard to the confirmatory test, can you explain to the jury sort of what does that consist of?
If the screening test is positive, I'll go on to perform a confirmatory test, or again, a cotton swab is applied to the area of interest, or I may take a cutting depending on what the substance is. I then add a chemical to that cutting or swab, and then the liquid portion is added to a test card, something similar to a coded, if you've taken a COVID test or a pregnancy test, the liquid is spotted at one end of the card and it flows up the strip. If there's 2 lines, it's positive. If there's 1 line, it's negative.
And
it's helpful that they are adding if you've ever taken a COVID test and everybody's like, oh yes, I now understand that
Yes,
experience.
I am.
And can you explain to the jury what QLIM means or how it's applied?
QLIM stands for quantity limited, which means that the sample, if it's being sent forward to
It's
DNA, would
small.
not be able to be divided in 2. Typically, we divide each sample going forward to DNA into 2, 1 to be tested in our DNA unit and 1 to be preserved for future testing. If an item is deemed QLIM, it means that the entire item will be used up in the DNA processing.
So if it's a
Now,
limited
Ms. Hartnett, if I
quantity,
could turn your attention to
it can get
February 2nd,
exhausted.
2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes, I do.
And on that date, were you dispatched to the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
I believe it was approximately 9 a.m.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone, beyond yourself, from state police or other sort of personnel was present at the Canton Police?
Trooper Proctor, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Clark from Crime Scene Services Unit.
And at some point subsequent to that, were there other members of the state police that arrived in that area as well?
Yes.
And was one of them a reconstructionist named Trooper Paul?
I'm not sure what the name was. I do know that the reconstruction team did come on after I arrived.
Tell us more about the reconstruction team.
Now, where within the Canton Police Department were you directed to go, or where did you?
I guess we know that that's what's
I was
coming.
directed to the Canton Police Department garage.
The
And when
Sally
you got to
Port.
the garage, what specifically did you observe there, and what, if anything, were
Was she the one that was telling them to move the blood evidence from the solo cups into other containers? Oh boy.
you asked to do?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And did you then examine that black Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
And
Did you
made certain
process it or
observations,
examine it?
Of that, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, with respect to your observations that you made of the black Lexus SUV, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes, I took notes as I was examining it.
And you mentioned Trooper Clark as well, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And is he from the Crime Scene Services section within the State Police Lab?
Yes.
And what, if anything, was he doing with reference to the black Lexus while you were making your observations or while you were conducting your work?
I believe he was taking photographs. I don't know any other, I don't know what else he performed while he was there.
And you want a may approach?
Yes.
They're talking about photos.
Do you recognize that document, ma'am?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It looks like diagrams that I had taken at the scene. However, it appears to be missing some information.
So as far as the notes that you took, they're not memorialized?
Stand at the podium, please.
That's the court reporter telling.
Pardon, you would take
The court reporter told Lally to get back to his microphone.
notes on those diagrams when you were at the Canton Police Station in the garage?
Yes, I did.
And that diagram that you have before you does not contain those notes, is that correct?
That's correct.
But as far as the diagrams that you had before you and that you were taking notes on, those are the diagrams or a form of those diagrams?
Yes, that's correct.
And contained on that is certain information related to the vehicle, is that
Why
correct?
Yes, correct.
is
Who's the
info
make,
taken
model,
off though?
License plate number, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just read from that form as far as what you recorded as far as the make, the model, and the license plate number.
The make
Just
is a
reading
Lexus. The model is LX570. The year was 2021. The registration is Massachusetts 3GC684.
I didn't realize the car was
The
a
VIN number is
2021. Car's like new.
JTJ-FY7AX1M434347. The exterior color is black. The interior color is tan. The registrant is Karen Reed, and the exam location was Canton PD Garage.
I approach Jan, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm also seek to introduce and admit as an exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibit 137.
Thank you.
That's probably why her notes are taken off, though I
Ms.
wonder.
Hartnett, with reference
how
to,
they did that,
the diagram
because
that you took that
you need
took
some
notes
information
do
on
you
there,
have a
but
copy
not
of that with you today?
her
Yes, I do.
contemporaneous
Your Honor,
thoughts to
with
admit
the
into
court's permission, I would
evidence.
ask that the witness be allowed to take that out just to, as far as the testimony related to the diagram.
Okay.
And with the court's permission as well, I would ask if we could display what's now been marked as 137 on the screen.
Yes.
So there would be notes all around this
And Ms.
car.
Hartnett, before you, I believe on that desk in front of you, there should be a laser pointer.
Yes.
We've already,
Click on
you
the
just
button
went
there
through
and
this,
point out on the
Lally.
screen If I or anyone asks you to do so with reference.
It's a really nice car.
So, Ms. Hardy, with reference to what's up on the
It's a really
screen,
expensive
the
car.
top of that first page of the diagrams.
And I like an expensive
if you
car.
could,
That's no shade. It's just,
using
it's
that
a,
laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what you
It's kinda hard
observed
to
and what, if
get.
anything, you made note of in reference to your observations of the black Lexus on February 2nd.
Emily, why do you know so much about Lexuses? Well, they just came out with a new
In my
model,
notes,
the
I had the
GX.
vehicle. The vehicle
And
was
it's
in overall
beautiful.
good condition, and there was damage noted on the rear passenger side area. So that's not viewable in this particular diagram.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the bottom.
I think it's helpful for the jury to have the make and model confirmed.
So in this area here.
And as
I had
far
to
as the
move.
damage that you noted in the right rear passenger area, what was it specifically that you noted?
I noted there was a dent.
Yeah, don't read from there. What did you note?
There was a dent in the trunk door. There were scratches on the rear bumper, and there was a broken taillight.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next page, please.
Scratches on the bumper.
From the diagrams that are up on the screen right now, page 2 of what's been marked as 137, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct your attention to each of those observations you made and where they were in relation to the document.
The damage to the dent, the rear door was in this area. The broken tail light was here, and then there were some scratches on the rear bumper as well.
Now, in addition to scratches on the rear bumper on the area of that lift gate in the back, what, if anything else, did you observe sort of within that area?
I observed an apparent hair on the rear quarter panel about here, and I also noted some pieces of glass on the rear bumper. Excuse me, I want to say apparent pieces of glass.
Now, as far as that word, when you say apparent human hair on the rear bumper, why that terminology? Why do you call it that at that stage when you're in the garage?
It hasn't been tested yet, Lally.
At that time, I noted that it was an apparent hair because I had not done any microscopic observation of the hair.
And subsequent to that, did you do that microscopic examination of the hair that you observed in the rear area of that Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
And where was that performed?
That was performed back at the lab.
So that item was secured by yourself, taken back to the lab, and examined
Oh, it's
microscopically.
leading.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with reference to what you termed as the apparent glass on the rear bumper, similar to the apparent hair, why is it that you use that terminology when you're making those observations of it in the garage?
I did not have any confirmation that it was glass. We refer to it as apparent glass and preserve it for the trace unit.
And when you say reserved it for the trace unit, if you could, just in general terms, describe to the jury what the trace unit is and what is it that they do as far as their analysis in relation to what you do.
Certain items will be examined in the trace unit for identification. So the criminalistics unit does not perform glass identification. That would be done in the trace unit. They would also, they also will look at other items such as plastic and hairs, but I'm not comfortable going into the analysis that they perform. I don't have the details on that.
She's like, that's on my
And,
unit.
Lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the third.
That's on my unit. I'm not talking about it.
And again, Ms. Hartnett, what's up on the screen is that what you have before you as the third diagram,
Yes.
or the third page of the diagram. And what, if anything, of significance did you note in this area of the diagram?
I noted the items that were located within the vehicle. There were some boxes on the back seat of the vehicle. There was also a package in the vehicle and some clothing and miscellaneous items in the trunk.
Now, as far as the items that were contained within the trunk, how high up were they? Let me ask you this.
What?
As far as the rear window of the trunk area, was there anything obstructing that?
I don't recall at this time.
Ms. Gilman, you can, excuse me, you can take that down.
I guess he's trying to ask if the
Yes.
rear, the
I'm gonna
rear
show you
windshield was
initially
blocked.
A set of 18 photographs, just asking to generally look at those, and
Okay, they're going
generally
through
speaking, if you recognize what
stack of
is
photos.
contained there.
I'm going to zoom while she's looking through photos. So in a moment, we're all going to be looking at photos.
Hey, ma'am, do you, generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of the black Lexus SUV that I examined at the Canton Police Department.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the black Lexus on that date of February 2nd?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll want to see if you excuse me for the next minutes.
No objection.
For those of you asking about the backup camera, the car has to have a
Your
backup
Honor, if I may,
camera.
I don't mean to.
We're just
So
going to have
Madam
to wait till we
Court
get to,
needs to-
I understand. So all I'm asking
The car
Your Honor,
has any
is if I
black
may
box.
approach just to show a couple more photographs while the court reporter is reporting so that the witness may review them. Okay. Are we done?
If anyone speaks before I'm done, it won't be on the record.
the court reporter's like, y'all can't do this to me. I only have two hands. So she is marking evidence. The witness is reviewing evidence. They are continuing to mark photos. And the judge looks annoyed.
Your Honor, with the court's permission.
So, Mr. Lally, you really need to keep your voice up, and the witnesses.
Yeah, sure. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs that have now been marked for the jury?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could start with 2498.
I'm going to ensmallen myself.
Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is a picture of the license plate of the black Lexus SUV.
And if I could have the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 2499. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the front end of the Lexus SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, 2500. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen as this exhibit 140?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize within this photo?
It's the exterior of the Lexus SUV.
And as far as this is inside of the garage at the Canton Police Station, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In addition to the vehicle, is this a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the garage looked like when you were there that day on February 2nd?
Yes.
And,
Tan interior and I just do not work well together. Chat, are you guys fans, not fans? Like, I need all the interior of my car to be black.
Yes, I do.
And which part of the vehicle are we looking at in this
All of
photograph?
it.
Looks like the front passenger side of the Lexus SUV.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 2502. And do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes.
And which side of the vehicle are we looking at this point?
The driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2505.
Karen's vehicle would probably still be impounded at this point.
And do you recognize what's in this photograph, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, I do.
They're not going to
What do you
release
recognize?
it.
That's the rear driver's side of the black Lexus SUV.
Oh, the chat is definitely
And
split between
next
the
photograph, Ms. Gilman,
all black
2506.
everything and the light tan or blonde interior.
Do you recognize this as well?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize this?
That's the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
As far as the caution tape that's up and around the vehicle, is that something that was around the vehicle at the time that you first came into the garage?
Yes, it was.
Now, from this photograph, 2506.
These photos are in the
145,
Canton PD
using
Sally
the
Port,
laser pointer before you, if you could draw the
which is
jury's
a garage.
attention to the damage that you were talking about, of where you observed that located on the vehicle.
There's damage here on the bumper, and there was also damage to the rear door. I think it may be blocked by the caution tape.
I mean, there's a taillight missing. I just don't know where the clear pieces came from.
So looking now at what's been marked exhibit 147.
Like, that's not
If I
cracked.
could ask you to zoom in a little.
The witnesses described the taillight as cracked. Which witness was it? Carrie Roberts said a piece was missing and I saw like the metal sticking out and there was like a hole, but this is a very large missing. It's like all of the glass is missing.
Now, with reference to the damage that you were talking about that may have been blocked by the caution tape in the prior exhibit, do you see that in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, before you draw the jury's attention to where in this exhibit you observed that damage.
Right here. It's on the rear door, right underneath the window.
On the tailgate.
Now, Ms. Hartnett, as far as crime scene response is concerned, when you're doing this kind of examination of a motor vehicle, can you explain to the jury sort of what that process entails and what is it that you're doing over the course of your examination?
I complete an overall visual examination of the vehicle, noting any damage or anything that stands out that should be recorded. I then look for any stains or material that is on the vehicle, specifically any transfer that could have been left behind by a victim.
And as far as making those observations, what, if anything, do you then do with regard to those observations that you made from visual inspection?
I'll then perform testing on any stains that I did, note or any areas of interest, and then collect anything that needs to be collected.
Now, with respect to this vehicle and this examination, what is exactly that you were requested to examine?
I was informed that this vehicle may have been involved in a hit and run, so I was requested to examine it for biological material.
May have been involved
What,
in
if any, information were you given upon arrival to the Canton Police Department in regard to that vehicle?
I was informed that the victim had scratches on his arm, as well as the fact that the car had been towed through a blizzard.
And did you perform any testing with relation to the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what was that testing that you performed?
I performed blood screening on the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on each side of the tire flap, as well as the edge of the bumper and the exhaust pipe.
And what were the results of that testing that you performed there in the garage?
Those were negative.
And what, if any, evidence did you collect while you were either from the vehicle or from any other source while you were at the Canton Police Station that day?
I collected the apparent glass from the rear bumper. I collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear door. I also collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear bumper.
What do you mean
as
by
well as the
paint
apparent
standard?
hair from the rear quarter panel. And I collected the taillight housing from the vehicle.
You put them. You were just
And
awkwardly holding that laser pointer.
Turning
Can you
away
just put it
from
down?
that just for a moment. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 2512. And Ms. Hartnett, direct your attention up on the screen. What's been now been marked as Exhibit 150. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, of significance in relation to items collected or items that you observed, do you observe in this particular photo?
What?
I observed the apparent glass on the rear bumper.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have.
But what's the red thing?
2515.
But what's the red thing? But what's the red thing?
And again, up on the screen, what's now been marked as Exhibit 153. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Now, as far as that area that you were talking about where you recovered, which you termed initially in the garage as an apparent human hair, do you see the location of that within this photograph?
Is it possible to zoom in a little bit on the area right next to the rear tail light?
Gilman, if you could.
To the best of my recollection, it was in this area.
Now, as far as areas where you observe certain items or where damage is indicated or observed by you, is that later marked in some fashion?
I note the damage in my notes.
It just looks like that
But as far as on the physical item itself,
missing
is that marked in any way? shape, or
chunk
form?
was sitting on the bumper.
Yes, I'll use stickers to indicate areas that I would then refer to back in my notes.
So that second set of photographs.
For those of you asking about glass, I think the prosecution believes that the glass on the bumper is not taillight, but the glass John O'Keefe walked out of the waterfall with. But it seemed like there was a giant piece of taillight sitting on the bumper in the last photo. I'm sure we'll get to it more in cross.
Was marking those exhibits. Do you generally recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
What do you recognize those?
These are pictures of the interior of the black Lexus SUV.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
I'm curious to see the interior.
You're on the phone. I'll seek to introduce in a minute.
For all of you asking, how did glass stay on the bumper through it being towed through a blizzard?
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
I don't know unless it's embedded. Because she would have driven through a blizzard multiple times, because she would have driven home from 34 Fairview or back to John's house from 34 Fairview, from John's house out to look for him, back to her house to get picked up by Carrie, and then it towed. The car did a lot of stuff.
I'll take those. Thank you very much.
But it's hard to tell if it's embedded or not
If I could have photograph 2521.
because we haven't seen it.
Ms. Hartnett, again, direct your attention to the screen. Do you recognize what's now been marked as Exhibit 156?
It's a very pale
Yes.
interior.
What do you recognize that to be?
Terrifies
That's
me.
the driver compartment of the black Lexus SUV.
Oh my God, is the
And,
floor tan too? Oh my God. The red silt in Tennessee would destroy that interior in moments. The floor?
2527.
I'm horrified by how dirty my car would be. This car is not dirty at all.
Your Honor, you have just a moment with counsel.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Huh.
So, Ms. Hartnett, direct your attention to the screen. Photograph 2527.
The newer Lexus LXs have 2 screens
Do you recognize that as well?
in the interior.
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted in that photograph, ma'am?
It's the front seat area of the black Lexus SUV.
And specifically, as far as the center console area of that vehicle, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed inside the vehicle on February 2nd?
Yes.
And lastly, from this package, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2535. And Ms. Hartnett, 2535, which has now been marked as Exhibit 159, do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the interior of the trunk of the black Lexus SUV.
It looks like
And
the
is that,
coat Karen
fair
was
and accurate
wearing
portrayal of the
earlier
interior of the trunk as you
in the
observed it
video
Canton
from the
Police
waterfall.
Department garage on February 2nd?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing another series of 9 photographs. Again, just ask you to look at those. Look up when you're finished, but really what I'm going to ask you is, do you recognize what's depicted in this?
Because we're now disassociating from Lolly's painful questioning, Mander Pander Salamander said, unpopular opinion, I hate wood or faux wood in interiors. I don't know if that's an unpopular opinion, but I share that opinion. I have shopped for cars by interior that have less. I need it to just be simple. It makes me crazy. Too many materials. I get distracted as it is, but yes, I also do not love wood in car interiors. I want a very simple, very easy to wipe down car interior. And I tend to lean towards all black because there will be color transfer from my black pants that I always wear or dark colored jeans. So everything will transfer. Everything. But I do not love the fake wood in cars either. I don't think it looks luxurious. I don't like it. I'm very plain when it comes to my cars. I want them to be sleek. So I don't think it's an unpopular opinion. I just think it's an opinion.
And generally,
Area of.
All
what's
right.
depicted in those 9, that set of 9 there?
I went too far.
These are pictures of the rear passenger area of the black Lexus.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce and admit as the next 9 exhibits.
Is there any objections to Jackson?
I love that as a chat we've learned
Well, you really have to keep your voice down.
we've learned so much about each other
You really
today.
have to keep your voice
and our preferences for vehicles. I want a big screen in my car, a simple interior. Oh, look, we're going to zoom some more. Lots of photos getting marked today.
Thank you very much.
They're marking all the photos.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish portions of this for the jury as well?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2539. Ms. Hartnett, what's up on the screen is photograph 2539. That's now been marked as exhibit 160. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the rear passenger area of the black Lexus.
Now, as far as the damage that you observed from the broken taillight, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to that, or what's visible of that in this photograph.
This area here is the broken taillight.
The one where the taillight is missing.
If I could have the next photograph, 2540. Now exhibits 161.
Erica sharing life experience. I had an all-tan interior Lexus. It was a nightmare. It looks pretty.
Where you observe
until you sit in it.
Damage to the right rear passenger.
There's damage in this area here to the rear tail light.
From the damage that you observed, it essentially wraps around from both the back and from the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2554.
Butterscoop, I noticed that too. The red chunk that was sitting on the bumper is gone in these photos.
And Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen? As,
I'm sure we'll have questions about that during cross.
Yes, I do.
And talking before, earlier in your testimony, about some stickers or some sort of evidentiary marker that you would put on an item that you're examining, correct?
Correct.
And do you see any of that in this photograph here?
Yes, I do.
And could you direct the jury's attention using a laser pointer to where you observed that and what, if any area of damage or what that's to note?
There's a sticker here, and I know you can't see it. I don't know if you can zoom in. There's a letter on the sticker, I believe it's A, that denotes that there's something there that I was going to collect. And right next to that sticker here is the apparent hair that I noticed.
What?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2558.
How?
My fault. 2556. And similarly, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize anything in this photograph in regard to something that you had marked?
Yes, that's the rear bumper of the SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in a little on that placard. Okay. And Ms. Hartnett, in this photograph, what, if anything, is depicted that you noted something to sort of reflect or further examine at a later?
There's pieces of apparent glass here on the bumper.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have questions.
I'm showing you another series of 4 photographs. If you could just move those up on your pen.
Lyndon in the chat said I can taste the salt in those pictures. That's funny.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
This is the rear passenger exterior right below the taillight on the Lexus SUV.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Commonwealth seeks to introduce you as an excellent exhibit.
No objection.
Y'all, I have no idea. I see a lot of you saying, how in the world does a hair and that small pieces of glass stay on a car during a blizzard and a tow? I have no idea. And the small pieces of glass is a bar glass, or at least I believe the state's theory is that it's the bar glass. I have so many questions.
I don't know what the court permission may publish some of these photographs.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Sure. Let's see the rest of it.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2573. Ms. Hartnett, again, photograph 2573, what's now been marked as Exhibit 169. Can you recognize what's depicted in this?
Yes, I do.
And if you
And now there's that red chunk on the bumper again. This is so odd.
could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is the area of the rear passenger side of the vehicle just below the taillight.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask sort of towards the top center of that photograph, if you could zoom in on that area. Ms. Hartnett, do you observe another sort of sticker or placard that you placed in that area?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
I'm sorry, I can't see what the letter is on it, so I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
Uh-huh.
If I could ask.
I can't see shit.
So, Mr. Lally, when you put your head down to read, your voice goes down considerably. We can't get a recording of your voice, so you need to speak up.
Understood.
All day. Lally, speak up.
Ms. Gilman,
Lally,
if I could
speak
have
up.
photograph 2576. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to the two areas up on that, if you could zoom in that area. I'm sorry, first on the one below.
What is this?
Ms. Hartnett, can you see better there?
It's
as far
the
as what
D.
The sticker is and what
There it is. We found it. We found the D.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you had noted in that particular area?
I noted there were
No.
scratches in that area.
And Ms. Gilman.
Oh, hey, B. Come on in. You've got coffee.
Also within this Exhibit 172,
My husband just walked into the room with the coffee and said, "You have found the D." Thank you, Dr. B. Don't make the chat lose their minds this morning. Thank you for bringing me a fork.
Yes.
Will you bring me the drippy sleeve for that
Yeah,
thing?
yeah.
Thank you, Dr. B. Thanks for bringing the coffee and the D into the office.
A little bit of humor.
I appreciate it. We're professionals here, folks. We're just this photo on my third monitor that I'm showing it to you on, and I can't see anything. But now we've moved to A. It looks like from D. I'm going to back up a little bit because actually I think that's an A and not a D. And oh no, there's a D. We moved on. I just got distracted by my husband. Hi, honey. You distract me. It's good to see you.
Good that it's still working, right? Still happening.
Look, this is not an evening live stream. It's time for you to go before the sass gets out of control. Let's get back to these terrible photos, of which I can't see anything. Okay, so the D was down there. The A is up there. What are we?
Can you see better there as far as what the sticker is and what you had noted there?
This car's a
Yes.
2021
Can you explain
Lexus
to the jury what
LX.
you had noted in that particular area?
I noted there were scratches in that area.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, the one above. Thank you. Also within this Exhibit 172.
I could barely see anything in these photos. This is why the jury is given the photos so they can look at them.
The vehicle, what if anything did you to note or observe in that particular area?
In that area, I noted the apparent hair.
Thank you. May I approach the witness stand, Your Honor?
Yes.
I still didn't see the scratches. Like, and how, for those of you asking, how can they prove that any damage to the car wasn't already there? The scratches and stuff, I don't know if they can.
Take a look at those and
The tail light, they've done a lot to try to establish
Asking
when
if
it
you
was
recognize
intact
that.
and when it was broken. But as to scratches and stuff, it's going to be much, much harder. So. Though I will say, I do have a black SUV. We have transitioned from white SUV to black SUV with age. I have a black SUV, and I swear to you, if I breathe on it too hard, it feels like there are little swirls in the paint. If I run it through the car wash, there are little swirls in the paint.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm calling to introduce in a minute as the next.
But Dr. B has saved my life with some coffee this morning, so I'm going to eat. Hopefully you all also have snackies. The court should be breaking for lunch in a bit. Oh, not the swirl of death. The poor court reporter is marking more exhibitees and doing all of the heavy lifting. Today's a very photo heavy day.
Yes.
They're marking through all of those photos. I'm not going to zoom through the pictures because I actually would like to see them. For those of you asking, wouldn't scratches be more likely from vehicle to vehicle damage? I think there's a fair argument for it. Jenny, next time I'll tell Dr. B, he needs to bring it up for the class. My feed says no signal, check external. Oh, good God. Have we reached a point where something came unplugged? Hold on. Yeah, we might have. I'm going to zoom past this real quick. But the feed that I very much like using says no signal. But that could be coming from the main feed. It is not easy to feed out these court feeds.
Again, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's contained in photograph 25?
It seems that we've been recovered.
173.
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a bit on the sticker in the middle of the screen. And again, Ms. Hartnett, what is depicted in this photograph?
That is a picture of the apparent hair I noted in the area.
How? I mean, maybe it's easier three-dimensionally to tell that there's a hair on top of like all of the snow and salt runoff of the car. But how in the world is that there?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2561. For the record,
It's the hair apparently.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in a bit on the sticker in the middle there.
And that's the damage above.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Damage above the taillight?
That's the damage I noted on the rear door.
Are we going to get to cross after lunch? I would really like to start cross before lunch. It looks like that's gone through several layers of the paint. But the photos are tough.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
I didn't see the color of the hair either. I imagine it'll be in
I'm
her
showing you a series of
photos
three
from when she took it back to the lab. That's what I'm waiting to see because the flash and stuff that they're using is real tough. I'm going to zoom with her looking through. We're going to see if we can catch up.
Do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photos that I took of the taillight housing back at the lab.
And what's contained in that, those three photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the taillight housing once you had removed it and taken it back to the lab?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm welcome to seek to introduce you as the next witness.
No objection.
Thank you.
So they're admitting the lab photos of the taillight housing that they took out and took back to the lab to test.
And so, Ms. Hartnett, before we get to those photographs, I do have a few questions.
Crystal,
to me, but I think we can turn
we
the
have
lights
not
off.
seen that ring footage yet in trial, but we know it will come up. The
Thank
defense
you,
brought it up in opening statements. In opening statements, the defense says that Karen Reed hits
Now,
John
as far as
O'Keefe's
the collection
vehicle,
of that evidence that you
but we
collected
haven't
from
seen
the
that yet.
vehicle specifically,
Only heard
how
about
was
it.
that evidence collected? And again, you've received training in regard to collecting evidence.
Caitlin
correct?
Wales asked a very important question in the chat. Missed the past 20 minutes. What did I miss? Really hard to see photos.
Yes, that's correct.
And the collection of evidence that you did in this case, was that in conformity with that training and experience that you have?
Yes, it was.
And so how did you collect those pieces of evidence from the vehicle on that particular day?
It depends on what the item was, the taillight specifically, if that is that what you're asking about?
Well, first, let me ask as far as the hair, and then I'll move on to some other items if that's all right. So as far as the hair was concerned, how was that collected?
I would have collected the hair with tweezers, put it in a glassine envelope, and then put that into a larger manila envelope.
And as far as those steps that you take, as far as the collection is concerned, what are some of the concerns for that, or why is it that you take those steps?
Prior to touching any evidence, I would put on gloves. I'm not sure in this case whether I used disposable tweezers or reusable tweezers. If I used reusable tweezers, they would have been bleached prior to my using them to prevent contamination.
What about red
And so
solo
each
cups?
of those sort of steps that you take in your collection process, is that fair to say that it's in an effort to combat contamination?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to the paint chips or the paint standards from the vehicle, how did you collect those?
Those would have been collected with a disposable scalpel. I use it to scrape off pieces of paint from the vehicle, which are then put in a glassine envelope and a larger manila envelope.
And as far as the pieces of glass from the bumper area of the vehicle, how were those collected?
I collected those with gloves. I may have used tweezers. I don't recall at the time. But again, if I used tweezers, I would have used bleach tweezers or disposable tweezers.
Now, as far as that taillight assembly was concerned, how was that collected, or what, if any, issues did you have with regard to collecting?
I removed the taillight. Once I had the taillight housing in my possession, I did have trouble disconnecting it from the vehicle. So a police officer on scene did help me disconnect it from the vehicle so that I could properly package it.
Disconnect the
And as far
wires.
as what exactly was it that officer helped you do, or what, if anything, did he do?
I believe he just removed, helped undo the wires that were in the back of the taillight so that I could properly hold it and didn't have to place it down anywhere.
So you had two hands on the taillight as he was performing that, is that correct?
Yes, I believe I did.
And as far as the area of the taillight that you were holding, you were wearing gloves, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as that area that you were holding with your two gloved hands, did that officer touch any area of that part of the taillight?
Not to my recollection, no.
And do you recall whether or not that officer was wearing gloves himself when he disconnected that wiring?
I don't recall.
Why haven't we just asked him? We've asked
Now,
everybody
as far
else
as
everything
once
else.
you removed that taillight from there, what, if anything, did
We've
you
heard
do
other
with the
officers
taillight?
testify about that.
I put it into a brown paper bag and then transported it back to the lab, where I then properly secured it in a box with added cushion from additional paper to ensure that no additional damage was done.
Now, with respect to your time at the Canton Police Station,
What if any
were you
shop and
presented with
stop
any
bag was
additional
present?
evidence by any officers from the Canton
Oh,
Police?
Yes, I was.
And what were those items?
I was presented with a broken drinking glass that was reported to have been recovered from the scene at 34 Fairview Road. I was also presented with several solo cups filled with frozen red-brown stains.
Now, starting with the drinking glass, what, if anything,
Were
did
they
you
still
do with
frozen?
regard to the drinking glass?
I packaged it in a brown paper bag.
And with regard to the cups with red-brown stains contained within, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
I allowed the cups to thaw, and then I took 2 sterile swabs, like something similar to a Q-tip, and collected a sample from the red-brown stains in those cups.
And then what, if anything, after you took the swabbings from those solo cups, let me ask first with regard to the solo cups, what were done with those?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. So after you took the
allowed them to
swabbings from
thaw?
the red cups,
So they were still
what, if
frozen when
anything,
you got there?
was done with the red cups?
I returned those to the Canton Police Department to store as they saw fit.
And as far as the swabbings that you took, what did you do with those?
I secured those in a glassine envelope and a large envelope, and then transported those back to the lab.
Now, after your examination on scene, you returned back to the lab, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what items of evidence did you examine first in this case in the laboratory?
I examined the apparent hair from the vehicle as well as the broken taillight.
Now, starting with the examination of the taillight, well, let me ask, in general terms, when items are taken
Somebody else did the
by
blood
you
then.
Back from any kind of scene or any kind of place that you're processing, and you bring them back to the lab, what is it that you do with them when you get back to the lab?
When I get back to the lab, I ensure that they're packaged properly, that they're sealed, and they're stored in the appropriate location within the lab. I also enter them into our laboratory information management system so that from that point forward, those items can be tracked throughout the lab.
Now, each of those, now when you come in with sort of a case, is there some sort of number or something that's associated with the case when you first sort of generate that?
Yes.
And do you recall the case number that you assigned or was assigned with regard to this investigation?
Yes, I do.
And what is that case number?
The case number at the lab was 22-2184.
Now, with regard to each specific item of evidence that's taken back to the lab and logged in, what, if any, numbers are assigned or associated with those particular pieces of evidence?
Each piece of evidence is given an independent lab item number.
Now, with respect to the taillight, that was labeled as 3-1, is that correct?
That's correct.
So with respect to item 3-1 or the taillight, can you explain to the jury the examination process that went into that?
Sure. I prepped my workspace by spraying it down with a 10% bleach solution. I also sprayed down any reusable utensils that I would need to use. I then applied a piece of butcher paper to protect the lab bench and prevent contamination. I would put on gloves, my lab coat, and mask before I examine any item of evidence. And then I took photographs of what the packaging looked like and then photograph of the piece of evidence itself.
And then from that specific item, did you perform any testing on that item?
No, I did not do any testing on the item.
And why not?
I was, due to the case history, there was no visible red-brown stains on the item, as well as the fact there was a very limited surface area for me to sample from. In addition, I was informed that the car had been towed through a blizzard. So given the fact that there was potentially very limited material on the taillight, if any type of testing that we do would remove additional material. So I made the conservative decision to take a swabbing of the item and send it forward for DNA.
And as far as that swabbing of the item for DNA purposes, can you explain sort of what the process is or how that's done?
Yes, we use
Sure.
a
Swabs.
polyester swab, which is a flat spatula-shaped swab. I apply sterile water to the swab and rub the exposed areas of the taillight. And then that swab dries before it's packaged and sent to DNA.
Now, with the court's permission, could I
The thing
publish for
is,
the jury what's now
for
been marked
me,
as exhibits 187?
let me know if you disagree with me. You might. Oh, I'm not going to pause. They're
Yes.
marking things as exhibits. For me, this is a couple that is dating. So if there's DNA on the rear tail light, is it from this night or is it from somebody putting their hand on the back of the car while they're closing the tailgate? I don't know if you can determine that one way or the other. It's not as if these persons are unknown to each other. I don't know if there is or is not DNA. I really don't remember that from opening either way. Chat, you might know. I don't remember. I guess we'll see. But
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the taillight that I removed from the black Lexus SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 8971, next photograph.
I am so disoriented with the way that's placed in the photo. I can't make any sense of it.
What's depicted there?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted there, and what, if anything, is in addition to the taillight, what, if anything,
We got
That is the taillight from the black Lexus SUV from a different angle. I am holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
finally somebody brought a ruler.
And lastly, photograph 8972 through 189.
The back of the casing.
And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
They can explain to the jury what we're looking at, perspective-wise, and what, if anything, you're doing as well.
That is the back side of the tail light. And again, I'm holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
Giselle, I'm going to try not to take this a different direction
Take that time.
from your I'm old and my back hurts. So the DNA left in my spouse's car. Well,
Sorry, just one moment, Sharon.
we are a family that frequently swaps cars. So my hair for sure is all over every car. But because we have one electric vehicle and one non-electric vehicle, depending on circumstance, we frequently drive each other's cars.
Now, Ms. Hartnett, from your initial response to the Canton Police Department, you
unusual.
secured a number of different items from the Canton Police Station that day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those were labeled subsequently as items 3-1 through 3-13, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-6, that was the apparent hair, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in reference to your analysis with regard to hair, that QLIM term that I asked you about before, QLIM, what, if any, significance did that terminology have to your examination of the hair?
Per protocol, all hairs that will go forward for DNA are considered QLIM, meaning that the entire sample will be used up during testing.
Quantity.
And
Lally,
with regard to
he asked this 20 minutes ago. I don't know if he's listening to the answers or
item
if he's
3-6,
forgetting.
the apparent hair, can you explain the examination process or what it is that you're doing with reference to that piece?
Yes. I take the apparent hair and I mount it on a glass slide using deionized water. I then put the slide under a microscope and I'm looking for certain characteristics to determine if that piece of material is a hair or fiber or some other unknown material.
Hair, fiber,
And
human hair, animal
as far
hair.
as your examination is concerned,
They're calling it an apparent hair because until you test it, you don't know what it is. So you can't say it's a hair because that's not an evidence yet. For it to be an evidence in court, it has to be tested and determined. So that's why they're calling it an apparent hair. Hair can be human, hair can be animal, it can be fibrous. So that's what we're talking about.
concerned in that microscopic analysis.
And now we're getting to the
What are
analysis
some of the
of
things, or what are some of the
said
characteristics
suspected hair.
that you're trained to look for, that you observed in this specific instance to
He
give
looks so
you that
cute.
determination that it was a human hair?
On the exterior of the hair, there'll be scales, and depending on the shape, it can help you determine whether or not the hair is an animal hair or a human hair. Human hair have imbricate scales, which look like overlapping shingles with a wave-like edge. That is what I observed on this hair. In addition, the internal characteristics of the item are looked at. Running through the center of a hair is a medulla, which is a channel. Animal medullas and human medullas look different in that human medullas will have an amorphous shape, which means they don't really have any shape at all, whereas an animal medulla will have distinctive or can have distinctive patterns within them. Also, the size of that medulla or channel that runs through the center of a hair in a human hair is approximately 1/3 the entire width of the hair, or in animals, it may be much larger than that.
If everybody's screaming medulla
Now,
oblongata
as
to
far as
themselves,
based
I
on
am
your
too.
examination of
Can we
this
just-
particular
is it a hair?
item, this hair, what, if any, opinion or what, if any, determination did you come to in regard to that item that you examined?
Yes, please.
I determined the hair was consistent with the human hair with a root.
Now,
So
as
if it
far
has a
as
root,
that
you should be
item
able
was
to DNA
concerned,
test
was there
it.
any measurements that were done in reference to that?
Yes, there were.
And do you recall what the measurements were or what the length was?
I'd have to refer to my notes if that's possible.
May the witness refer to her notes just to reference
Yes.
that?
All right. So human hair with a root. Cindy Lou Who said I'm wearing my I Have Questions shirt today. That's appropriate.
The hair was approximately 7/8 inches long.
Now, with regard to item 3-6, the hair, did you perform any testing on that?
No, I did not perform any testing.
And why not?
The only type of analysis done on hairs in the criminalistics unit is a visual microscopic examination.
Right. It would have to go to
So
DNA.
where did the hair go from there?
to
At that
DNA.
point, I cut the hair into two pieces, one end that contains the root and then the remaining end of the shaft. The root end went to our internal DNA unit.
Where'd the
Now,
shaft
it may be
go?
pretty well understood, but when you say root end versus shaft end, can you explain to the jury what you mean?
Make
by
Lally
those
say shaft a lot.
descriptions?
We just
The
it's
root end
Monday,
is the
give us
end that would have been
something.
attached to the scalp, and the shaft end is just the remaining outer portion of the hair.
What did
And
you do
how
with
is it
it?
that you're able to determine sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end?
Through the microscopic characteristics under the that I viewed.
Now, with reference to that item 3-6, the hair, were any decisions made in regard to what testing could or would be performed on those samples?
Yes, based on the criminalistics protocol, the root end of the hair would be tested internally in our DNA unit, and if potential testing needed to be done on the shaft end, that would be sent out to an external lab.
And that would be like
you know
narcotic
why that
testing
is?
and stuff.
We don't perform that type of DNA testing at our lab.
And that's something, you're familiar with the term mitochondrial DNA testing?
On the shaft.
I am familiar with it, but I don't really have a full understanding of it.
But as far as your understanding is the type of testing that would have had to been sort of sent out to an external vendor, that would be, the type was mitochondrial?
Yes, that was my knowledge at the time, yes.
Now, at some point, did you have a conversation with regard to examination of the remaining items in this case?
For those of you asking
sometime
to
in
slow
May
the
of
chat, the
23?
chat is on
Yes.
slow mode. It's just we're
And
over
what was
30,000
discussed?
people, but the chat is on slow
It was
mode.
discussed that I would examine the clothing and some of the other items for biological testing.
And
Where'd you get the
specifically, there
clothing
was an
from?
Item 7-18, which was a gray sweatshirt attributed to Mr. John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now,
Could we get the chain of custody?
from
on that?
that, as far as sort of an additional analysis or an examination of those clothing items, what is it that you were doing and what is it that you were looking for as regard to your examination of the clothing?
Chat, you always make my day.
I examined the item for biologicals. In this case, I was looking to determine if there was any blood present on the item. I also did damage analysis of various areas on the sleeve and the front and back of the item. I also took a trace collection from the item and additional DNA samples for that, additional skin cell collection samples from the item.
Now, starting first with, as far as that specific item, 7-18, the gray sweatshirt, what, if any, observations in general did you make when you examined it?
There were red, brown, and brown stains on the item. There was damage from the top of the shirt to the bottom of the shirt, as
Was
well
it
as
cut
across
open?
each sleeve of the shirt. I also noted additional damage on the right sleeve.
Now, each of the areas of damage that you observed, similar to what we saw with the vehicle, were those areas marked as well?
Yes, I marked each of those areas that I was going to do further analysis on with a number.
Are there photos?
And there were essentially 13 different areas on that sweatshirt that you had marked, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Are there photos? I want to know about the damage to the shirt.
Look at those and...
Yes, photos. We're going to mark these photos for evidence, I'm sure, and then
These
we'll
are the
get to see
photographs I
them.
took of item 7-18, the long sleeve gray shirt.
And those are sort of the preliminary or overall photographs, is that correct?
They shouldn't be sort of anything if they're evidence, Lally.
Yes, that's correct.
For fuck's sake.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll move the seat to introduce and admit as the next exhibits. Okay.
Thank you.
I will tell you in my conversations with legacy media personality this weekend, numerous of them expressed, and I will not say who, but numerous expressed how hard it is sometimes to not say the cursey words on air and to not let their face say the cursey words on air, and how that is one of the things that they
Ms. Hartnett, before I turn to these, I just have
are
one
like, how
follow-up question.
you get to let it fly. It must be so lovely. I'm like, if I had to retain the fuck words, my head would explode. So I could never. It was a
You
very
had
fun,
been talking
funny
about-
conversations,
But
multiple
testifying about
conversations.
sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end of the hair. You had mentioned that the root end is typically something that would be attached to the scalp. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that would be in reference to a hair that comes from someone's head, correct?
Yeah, well, not necessarily. We don't perform body origin identification.
And so to that point, as far as the root end of the
The root would be coming out of the skin, Lally, but they're not going to give you the origin of whether it came from the head or elsewhere.
Hair that was attached to the body at some point, whether it's the head, an arm, a leg, you don't know where.
Or elsewhere.
Correct, I do not.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish some of these photographs for the jury as well.
Okay.
Normally, I
Mr.
get
Chairman,
a
if I
little
could have,
frustrated when the defendant is
excuse me,
side-eyeing the
photograph
prosecution.
9789.
In this case, generally it happens, and I go, "Oh no, I get it. I get it.
Sorry, I'm putting up on the screen now.
I get it.
Exhibit 190. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the photograph I took of item 7-18. It is the exterior front.
So this is the victim's sweatshirt. We don't know the chain of custody on the victim's sweatshirt. I would imagine when they were talking about all of the damage to the arms of the sweatshirt, those all look cut by EMS. So we'll see if there's damage on the backside, but on the front side, those are all cuttings. Those all look like cuttings from EMS.
9790, the next photograph.
Except maybe that one. There's maybe one.
191, you recognize that as well, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, I do.
No rips on the back of the sweatshirt, like nothing. I'm looking for anything that might correspond with the scratches on the arm, and I'm not seeing anything on the sweatshirt that would correspond visually to me with scratches on the arm, but cuts from EMS.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the exterior rear of item 7-18.
And if I can have the next photograph of Ms. Gilman, 9791. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
What?
No, Exhibit 192.
Oh, inside out.
Yes, I
was
do.
just so fucking confused.
Explain to the jury what that is.
That is the interior front of item 7-18.
And lastly, not lastly, for this purpose, photograph 9792. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen is Exhibit 193.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the interior back of item 7-18.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9795. Again, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Oh no, there might actually be
Yes, I
puncture
do.
wounds on that sweatshirt.
That is the exterior front of item 7-18.
It's hard because it's the sleeve is like a really darkly colored charcoal, but there may actually be punctures where she's got those white flags. Interesting. I can see holes in that now. Where those flags are.
And it also contains markers that I placed on the item to note areas
The
of
markers
damage.
make it much easier from here.
And the next photograph would be Ms. Gilman, 9796. If you could zoom in on that one.
Yeah, quite a lot of markers on that arm, huh?
Now, Ms. Hartnett, what we're looking at here, that's the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt of item 7-18, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, starting with some of the 13 different areas.
With tears and
this
holes.
starts with 1, 2, 3, 4, and goes up through 9, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's not being dragged by a car.
I approach the witness again, Your Honor.
Yes.
Hartnett showing you another series of photographs.
It was
That's
those
good.
the white flags were very, very helpful. In looking at the sweatshirt. Oh, I forgot I could zoom. Apologies, chat. I was contemplating the photos.
Recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are close-up photos of the areas of damage 1 through 5.
Good.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Come on, to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Before we begin, Madam Court Reporter, Your Honor, if I may approach just to show the next series of photographs.
Okay.
Can we just do all the photos? Can you just show her all the photos? Can you just do all the photos at once, Lally?
Thank you.
I'm so glad we
Your
get
Honor,
to
with the
zoom
court's
zoom.
permission, if I could publish some of those photographs for the jury as well.
Yes.
I would love to see the photographs.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9811.
They're going to be going to lunch soon, so we should be caught up pretty soon.
With respect to what's up on the screen, Ms. Hartnett.
I'm going to compliment Lally. Gird your loins. I appreciate that we are going to go through all of the photos, even the ones that seem to make no sense with his theory of the case. Because if Lally is going with put everything in, this is part of putting everything in.
Do you recognize what's now been marked as Exhibit 196?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
that is an area of damage that I noted as Area 1 in my notes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have, photograph 9812, next one. Again, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 197?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to this, what are you doing here?
She's giving
That
you
is a close-up
size.
photo of the same area of damage, Area 1.
That has some measurement that you're taking with reference to the size of that damage, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you do that respectively with each of the respective areas that you noted on each of the garments that you examined?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph
We're going to go through all of these.
Again, this is Area 2, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9815. Again, what's up on the screen is Exhibit 200. Recognize this as what now?
That's a photograph of the Area 3 that I noted.
And Ms. Gilman,
I've
if
seen
I
a
could
lot
have
of car accidents, y'all.
9817.
But I've not seen stuff like that in a car accident.
What's now been marked as Exhibit 202.
And for those of you that are new to my channel, I was a former district attorney.
Yes,
so when
I
I
do.
say I've seen a lot of car accidents, I'm referring to cases that I've worked.
Noted on the right arm sleeve of the gray sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9819.
Y'all,
What's up on the screen is Exhibit 204.
Lally,
Do you recognize that as well?
how?
Yes, I do.
And again, what is depicted in Exhibit 204?
That's the area of damage number 5 that I had in my notes.
So many questions.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
The photographs that I placed before you while the stenographer was marking the prior exhibits, do you recognize what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe for the jury, sort of generally speaking, what's depicted in those, ma'am?
These are close-up photos of areas 6 through 11 that I noted on the long sleeve gray shirt.
And may I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, almost
Lauren, I think they took the teeth off of the Lexuses.
No objection.
And if I may approach the witness just to present another
I'm
set.
just going to remind all of you that when the jury gets our jury instructions, they're going to be told if there are 2 reasonable explanations for any fact, they have to choose the one that points towards doubt or not guilty or innocence, depending on the jurisdiction, how they word it. So I'm going to try to wait for an explanation, but my brain is fighting me. I am trying to reasonably wait, but you got it, Lally. Car accidents have some distinct and characteristic features, especially if somebody was dragged. And those aren't it.
Photographs now been marked as exhibits 206 through 217.
We are
Those
6
essentially
weeks
sort of the
in.
same close-ups and then a close-up with a measurement that the jury just saw in regard to what you
is
had marked as 1
happening?
through 5.
Yes, that's correct.
And this is just 6 through 11 on that same area in the right sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to the photos that I just placed before you a moment before, do you recognize what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the areas of damage
Kyle, thank you for
12
also
and
chiming
13
in. I
on
feel
the
less
rear
alone.
of the sweatshirt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come up and introduce in a minute.
No objection.
look, chat, I am a human that looks for the simple explanation. And there is not a simple explanation for how those came from a car. There's just not. I'm looking for the simple, logical explanation of how this happened. And I'm struggling. Oh, I can zoom.
Mr. Gilman, if I could have a photograph 9.
I'm getting very frustrated 6 weeks in, living in the confusion that is so far the prosecution's case. It is,
Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen? Is it 218?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the exterior back of the gray sweatshirt.
the monitor's on standby, so it's dark.
That you labeled as
I think the super chat was referring to motor vehicle accidents,
Yes, they are.
MVAs. That's how I read it, because VMP on the keyboard can get.
where 12 and 13 are.
That's how I read it, as MVAs.
Is it
I didn't say
possible
that
to
out
zoom
loud.
in on the numbers? I can't read them from here.
I see a 12 and a 13. Now those look cut.
So there's area 2 and area 12 and area 13.
Those look cut with something sharp
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9838.
because there's no fraying.
Exhibit 219 up on the screen. Is that just a closer image of those areas you marked as 12 and 13? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
That
with
looks.
respect to the other photograph.
I'm going to speculate for a moment, chat. I'm just letting you know. I am speculating. Those to me look a little bit cut, and I don't know if the way they were trying to cut off the sweatshirt, the shears got cut or caught with the sweatshirt overlapping. I hope the prosecution's going to give us some more information about this, but yes, it's not lost on me that these photographs are also all dated 2023. I'm sure all of this is going to come up in cross, but those look like overlapping scissor marks from where the EMTs are cutting. To me.
That I had placed before you when the stenographer was marking those. Do
That's
you recognize in general terms what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are additional pictures of the sweatshirt in which I've also made some notations of areas that need further testing.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Come off the seat.
The judge's exhausted yes
No objection.
is it's a mood. Yeah, EMTs cut the sweatshirt in multiple places to get it off of the victim. Well, not EMTs, paramedics cut the sweatshirt to get it off of him. It's cut in multiple places, but it's not cut on the sleeves. Those punctures aren't cuts from the EMS shears. For those of you that are saying we're going to be here, we're going to be here for the next 100 years, I'm beginning to feel that way. But a lot of you have been asking for more live streams, so
It's now been marked.
we live here now.
To 30.
We live here for a very long
If I
time.
could just ask you a couple questions in regard to damage that you noted on this item or really any item.
Tell us more about the damage.
What is the process that you would go through as far as classifying damage to a clothing item?
I look at the macroscopic characteristics of the area of damage, and then I also examine the area of damage underneath the
Oh,
microscope.
thank you, Kyle.
And so what would lead you to make that sort of classification as far as something is damaged?
I look at the overall shape. I also look at the fiber ends. For instance, a tear will have rough fiber ends and possibly separation of the weave of the fabric, or a cut, you have even ends without any fraying.
Now, are
Which
you
you
able
can
to tell
clearly
from your
see.
examination of those fibers and of those clothing materials sort of what caused those tears and cuts?
No.
Now, are you familiar through your training experience with something called an ALS or an alternate light source?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and what, if any, use it had to you in this case?
An alternate light source is a light that uses a different wavelength that enables visualization of some biological fluids that can't be seen necessarily with the naked eye.
We know.
On this particular shirt, I did use the alternate light source.
We know.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you used that?
I used that light source around those areas of damage to determine if there was any biological fluids that were fluorescing. the ALS did not show any stains in that area.
Now, with regard to what you had labeled as sort of tears or cuts 1 through 9 that you noted, did you do any additional testing or collecting specifically from those areas?
I collected 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water around those areas of damage.
And why did you do that?
It was told to me that potentially the victim may have been bitten by.
I'm going to back this up. Miamu, could the marks cuts be from the EMT scissors? So EMS, some of the stuff is from EMS scissors, some of it is not. The discrete marks on the arm are not from EMS scissors. Some of the other stuff is clearly from EMS scissors.
Around those areas of damage.
And why did you do that?
It was told to me that potentially the victim may have been bitten by a dog during an incident. So I was taking swabs of that area to be sent out to determine if there's any dog DNA on that area.
Now, is that kind of testing, as far as canine testing or animal testing, is that something that your lab? At the
Oh, we already heard from that expert, Lally. We know.
No, we do not do that type of testing.
Where did you swab
sort of
from?
Sent out to an external vendor then?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that something that you had done on any prior cases or any previous situations where you had collected
She said
items
potentially bitten.
to a specific lab for animal testing?
I did consult once with an external lab on taking those types of collections, but this is the first time I've collected and actually sent something out for that type of testing.
And specifically in this type of testing and in this case, what lab were those items sent out to?
We use the UC Davis Veterinary Lab in California.
And as far as prior to collecting or prepping or doing anything as far as collecting samples from that, who, if anyone, did you talk to, or what, if any, directions did you receive in regard to collecting those samples?
I'll allow it.
I emailed Terry Kuhn, who is one of the analysts at the clinic, who aided me in how best to collect the sample for their lab.
And we already heard that
And
from
what you were
Terry.
directed to do as far as collection, packaging, and shipping, was that at the direction of the UC Davis lab?
Yes, that's correct.
There are very few labs that do that type of DNA
Perform those
testing.
functions in conformity
That's
with
why I
what
went to Davis.
Ms. Kuhn told you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to those items, did you know?
For those of you asking why did they think dog, we got into some of this testimony with the DNA collection expert. This came up after the defense brought it up in court filings and in court arguments, and then it was sent back out to be tested after the defense said, this is what we think happened, and the prosecution was responding to the defense theory. That's why it came up in this way.
With regard to the clothing items, as far as the
But
gray
we'll see a
sweatshirt
bit
was
more of
concerned,
that,
did
I'm
you note any
sure,
stains on those
on cross after
areas?
lunch.
On that clothing item?
Yes, I did note stains in those areas.
And then what, if any, testing was done on those stains that you observed?
So the DA would have told her.
Can you be more specific what stains you're referring to?
The DA or the investigating
specifically
officer
referring to is,
would have asked for that
the
additional testing.
Items on the gray sweatshirt, items.
I think here it was the DA.
7-18, as far as any stains that you observed on there. Again, sort of moving on from what you had collected for the UC Davis lab, but in other areas of
The
that item.
the UC Davis lab told her not how to swab a shirt. She's been trained in that, but how they want it packaged to send to them, which seems consistent with how you would package any other DNA to be sent. But she had called and said, you know, basically, how do we do this? And it's the same type of swab techniques, put it into the same type of sample tube and send it off. But this lab did not send off cuttings of the shirt to UC Davis, which it seemed would have been their preference.
Well, let me actually first turning back to that. So the item that we were talking about as far as where you collected stains from that were sent off to the UC Davis lab, which item were they collected from?
Wait,
and where on that item?
Why were there stains sent to UC Davis and not just swabs
I collected
around the
2
punctures?
swabs from the areas around the damaged areas on the right sleeve. I wasn't necessarily taking them from any stains. I did use the ALS to determine if there were any stains there, which I did not visualize.
Yeah,
so I was doing that for potential saliva collection from that area.
And thank you for the clarity. I think that was me confusing. As far as the questions.
It was.
turning away from that area as far as the collection for the UC Davis lab. In addition to that, what, if any, stains did you observe on that article of clothing, 718, the gray sweatshirt?
I also observed numerous red-brown stains on that item of clothing.
And so with regard to those red-brown stains, what, if any, testing was done on those stains?
On each of those stains, I performed a blood screening test as well as a blood confirmatory test.
And
We're
were
not-
those the same sort of initial testing that
No
you were
one is
screening?
shocked that the victim's blood is on the victim's shirt, given everything we've heard.
Test you were talking about before, and then the confirmatory test?
Yes, that's correct. A different screening test was used in the lab than was used at the scene due to a protocol change, but essentially it's the same mechanism.
And was that with respect just to the gray sweatshirt, or were there other items of clothing of Mr. O'Keefe's that you tested with the screening test in the lab and a confirmatory test in the lab as well?
I examined other items of clothing as well.
Now, if I could bring your attention back to what's now been marked as exhibits 222.
Wait, what
through
other items of
230.
clothing?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of those photographs for the jury.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could first have photograph 9841.
Yes, the UC Davis, for all of you asking in the chat, UC Davis did not detect canine DNA, but pig
And
DNA.
You recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
That's not what I meant to do.
With reference to your observations of the red-brown stains on that clothing or any other item of clothing, similar to the tears or cuts or the damaged areas that you observed, were those areas similarly marked with some sort of sticker?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it sort of the same linear path as far as numbering, or is it lettering, or how do you?
There's definitely also mud on that.
For the red-brown
sweatshirt.
stains on this item, I used letters.
Or it looks like mud. I can't say
Starting with A
definitely.
and then sort of going through it, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9842. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be red-brown stain A that I noted on the sweatshirt.
That's hard to see.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9843.
But her lighting to see these things is going to be much
What's
better.
up on the screen, which has been marked as.
So there was a blood stain or a red-brown stain near
Yes,
one
I
of
do.
those punctures.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those are red-brown stains B and C that I noted on the sweatshirt.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9844. What's up on the screen now is exhibit 225. Those are stains that you labeled B, C.
Those are much more
Is that
discrete
correct?
droplets.
Yes, that's correct.
That's just sort of a pulled-out version of that to denote where B and C were located on the sweatshirt. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9846. And what's now up on the screen is exhibit 227. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little bit on the stickers. And Ms. Hartnett, if you recognize what's up there on the screen as exhibit 227.
Also, no matter what happens,
Yes, I do.
And these are some other stains that you noted
the
as far as
snow
B
would have
and C
impacted the way
same,
some of this staining
items.
looks.
Yes, that's correct.
Kay, I saw your question in the chat. We haven't gotten to that in evidence.
Now,
yet.
ma'am, with reference to the other photographs that I think you still
So-
have before you that I gave you when the stenographer was marking the last batch, do you recognize generally
Could
what's
be.
Depicted in those photographs?
For sure.
Yes, I do.
Could be.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of item 7-17, the orange T-shirt that was told was belonging to John O'Keefe.
And what's depicted in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the orange T-shirt was concerned in your lab that day?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm welcome to seek to introduce the exhibits. The next exhibits.
We're zooming as they're marking exhibits.
A few minutes before lunch, do you intend to display some?
I think maybe.
If you do it quickly, do it now.
Okay.
If you're not, we'll take a break. Jurors, we're going to take a luncheon break.
As the judge and the prosecutor are apparently just staring at one another. Lally has had quite a lot of time. Lally has had quite a lot of time last week to come in here today seeming so flustered. And Like, Lolly had 1 day of court last week. That rarely happens in trials, that you then get that much time to prep and be ready to go back to court. And Lolly seems to me a bit flustered. So let's, the jury out. We're going to go to lunch here too. I know it always breaks my heart when we're at the top of live trending and we go to lunch, but we all need to eat, and it makes the replay much easier to watch. So for those of you that aren't in the Law Nerd app, I will send you the link for the replay. For those of you that just want to go over to the chat there and start chatting in the replay, or not the replay, the afternoon chat, it will be there. I'm going to wait and see what the court says, and then we'll do a quick summary and answer some of your questions while we break for lunch. I will be back here after the lunch break. I'm going to give it a few minutes so that court can get rolling so we can zoom in the afternoon. It's painful when we can't. I think this is maybe our last witness for the day, because with the way the afternoons run, this witness did more testing. There's more photos, and then I imagine the defense has lots of cross for this witness. So I'm going to zoom and see if there's anything else that goes on the record before lunch. Oh, I'm going to guess that's a negative, Ghost Rider. The court, it sounded like, said we're going to go ahead and take the lunch recess.
Rise. Court stands in recess till 1:30.
Till 1:30. So the court will be in recess till 1. Oh, they're shortening lunch. The court will be in recess till 1:30 Eastern time. That means, Miguelina, court comes back shortly. Let's us set for 12:45 Central, which means if I can wrap up questions, we're only going to get about a half hour quick lunch. Let's do that, Miguelina, and set us for 12:45 Central to come back from the lunch break. This court is ordering in lunch for the jurors, which is helpful. So, I mean, short lunch is fair. So court's going to be back quickly because they're shortening their lunch break. And then I will be back at 12:45, which gives me time to A, get a little bit of food, and B, zoom if court resumes right on time. Let's see if anything else is on the record. Nope. Okay. So we're going to come back to court just a little bit after they resume so that we can zoom as is needed and appreciated. I'm going to answer a few questions and give a little bit of a summary of the morning, the best that I can, because my brain is tired. They are also, for those of you in the chat saying they're also extending the day, they are. I think this judge is getting very frustrated with how long the prosecution is taking. And this judge told the jurors 6 to 8 weeks. We're in week 6. The defense is going to have at least a week and a half, if not 2 weeks of defense witnesses, maybe a week and a half. And then the prosecution has the opportunity for rebuttal. There's no way we're out of here in 8 weeks. And the judge did not say 8 weeks in like, if we only have a day this week, that doesn't count. To the best of my knowledge, this is going to go over 8 weeks. Just buckle up, law nerds. We live here now. Let's do a quick summary. This morning, the state continued. Wrong, Emily. This morning, the Commonwealth continued with scientific evidence. The first witness that they called was the head of the state trooper CERT team, who came in and searched outside of 34 Fairview only in the early evening, late afternoon hours of January 29th. They were never called back out to search again. They found 7 pieces of taillight and a shoe. It seems that it was the victim's black Nike. It was found under the snow up against the curb line, upside down. The witness also testified that all of the taillight pieces that they recovered were under fresh snow and that they were uncovered as they were shoveling snow on that crime scene. And everything was found fairly close in proximity to the shoe on the curb line, which was between where the fire hydrant and the flagpole was. The cross-examination of that talked about really how close the items of evidence were together. Then we got into a witness who is still on direct examination from the Massachusetts Crime Lab. This is the witness who swabbed the victim's shirt to send it out for animal DNA testing, who processed the SUV for biological evidence, including a hair that tested to be human hair, and then was cut in half, and the hair with the root was sent for DNA testing. The rest of the hair shaft was reserved at the crime lab for further testing if needed. And we're seeing all the photos from the victim's shirt for the first time. That the victim's sweatshirt that has darker gray sleeves and a lighter gray torso and then a hood shows very clear cuts from where ambulance personnel cut off the sweatshirt to treat him, but it also shows what appear to me to be puncture wounds on the right sleeve. And we saw quite a lot of close-ups of those. Very distinct and different than the cut marks from shears used on the ambulance. We have not gotten all the way through that evidence. We have not heard exactly where this witness swabbed the shirt for the animal DNA. We are getting into other swabs taken of red-brown stains. We will see if those come back for blood and whose after lunch, and then we will get into what I imagine will be an extended cross-examination of this crime lab witness. This is the witness who had failed one question on her biannual competency testing, and then that was the word they used was not rehabilitated. It was something else, but then she was taught the difference to see the hair shaft that had the root on it or not. And they went into a long explanation of that testing procedure and the competency testing and the, thank you chat, remediation of her competency testing. And then she was retested for that. So again, chat is bae. Thank you guys. Let's quickly get to questions so we have a little bit of time to take a stretch break, go to the bathroom, and get some lunch. I know I'm not going to get to every single super chat. I apologize for that. I will do the best I can. Gringa in the chat asked if we will see Proctor today. No. If the state calls Proctor, it's definitely not going to be today. I don't think there will be enough time. I think this witness is going to take up after lunch. Ashley said, does the state have to remedy any vehicle damage done during evidence collection prior to returning it to the owner? No. If it gets returned after the state has done whatever with it. And this car had the whole front dash component ripped out of it. So no, I would be upset if my car was worse than they got it. It's the same if they search your home. If law enforcement breaks down your door to search your home, they do not have to pay to replace your door. Or if they go in through a window and furniture gets knocked over, they don't have to pay to replace that. And if you go through a trial and an appeal process, they will keep those cars in impound until the entire process is done, and then sometimes return them. Sometimes they'll be released from impound and destroyed. It really just depends. Tessa Tin said, my Lawnard Pride tumbler arrived in the mail Saturday afternoon, just in time for Pride. I love it so much. Time to drink coffee with the Lawnards. Yay, I finally got my coffee. We're going to need it. So for all of you and the celebrations, I'm so glad. Angel, I'm so glad it arrived. Cheers. I'm so glad everything got there safe. I'm so glad you guys are loving your tumblers. I saw so many of you with your tumblers at CrimeCon, so thank you. It was really fun to see all the Lawnard tumblers in the wild from all of you. So thank you for the gifted memberships, everybody. I appreciate it. I'm waiting to see. I have got to go through social and look at more photos from CrimeCon. I will say that JB posted photos of us after I was doing karaoke. After he was doing karaoke, I am such a mess in that photo. I'm like, JB, my hair, you look cute. I do not look cute. So I'm going to have to post cuter pictures of me and JB. I will tell you later that JB threw down at karaoke, I am not good at karaoke. I love it. I am terrible at it, but I love it. JB threw it down at the Creator Collective. It was a lot of fun. Leanne G gifted 20 memberships. Thank you. It's so good to see all of you guys. Caitlin EDB, happy to catch a live. Been way too long going to Special Olympics Summer Games this week. Cheers. 14 athletes going. Thanks for being my packing buddy. You are welcome. And cheers to, I know my friend Amy Van Dyken is getting ready to do commentary at the Olympics. Amy, I owe you an email. I need to do that today. I'm not going to forget. I owe you an email. For everyone talking about this being a very long Monday with Lally, yes, it is. I am going to try to pull up just questions. Let's see. Milo asked if he found the shoe. Is he the witness who brings it into evidence? Yes and no. We definitely want the chain of custody on the shoe. Like, they uncovered the shoe in the snow, but then where did it go? So then where did it go? We will see. Where are the pics of evidence recovery? I have questions. We got to some of those today, but where did they go next? Why would John be behind the car though? Rexy, I've got a lot of questions. There are going to be, I imagine, multiple and conflicting reconstructionists in this case. We are 6 weeks in, and I feel awful saying to you guys over and over and over again, there is still so much left to go. But there is still so much left to go. And it's crazy. It's just wild. It's just wild. My throat is so angry with me. Shelby said, in the middle of a 10-hour drive from Yellowstone back to Colorado, happy to spend a few hours in day 1 million of trial with the Lawnards. P.S. Happy second wedding anniversary to my hubs today. Shelby Williams and hubs, happy anniversary. And I hope the drive is lovely. So let's see. Adela Rios said, does a prosecutor ever have to take a case they'd rather not? My brain is of two thoughts on this. Lally sounds so dispassionate and disinterested that I'm starting to think maybe he doesn't want to convict. Could that be a thing? If Lally doesn't think he can convict this case, he is ethically obligated not to take it to trial. There are ethical duties of prosecutors there. I have had coworkers who have marched into their boss's office, thrown a file on the desk and said, if you want this to go to court, you're going to need to do it yourself because I'm not doing it. I have, and regularly did, because I saw it as a central part of my function as a prosecutor to say no. I think the decisions to say no in cases is absolutely as critical as the decision to say yes on what is prosecuted. And a lot of the job of prosecutors is saying no to cases that cannot be proven, that do not go to court, that should be handled a different way. I believe that all prosecutors have that ability, especially when it comes to more seasoned prosecutors. Are there younger prosecutors who might get a trespassing case and be like, but this seems dumb. Do I really have to? And their senior attorneys are like, this can be proven. They need to be on probation for whatever reason, and you're going to handle this case. Yes, that can happen. By the time we're getting to murder cases and senior prosecutors, they have the ability to say no. And at some point, if that means you get fired, then you turn around and you sue your office for retaliatory and wrongful termination. Because sometimes that's what you got to do. The ethics come first. And if the office wants to try the case, they can find somebody who believes the case is provable. But the integrity of each prosecutor has to matter, and saying no to cases matters. Prosecutors regularly advocate for cases to not be filed or to be filed, to be reduced, to not be elevated. Someone in this prosecutor's office elevated this case from a hit and run and a DUI, hit and run causing death, to a second degree. Someone made that choice. And Lally seems to be the one who went to the grand jury on it. That is a choice. Chris asked, was John O'Keefe found without a shoe? Yes, he was found with one shoe. This was the second one. He had one shoe on in the ambulance. This was the second shoe. Let's see. Mama D said, if the DA Bogart's evidence recovery info, could that explain why the defense weren't aware of the shoe evidence? The DA is not allowed to do that. It can get a case thrown out. So no, the DA cannot withhold evidence. And if that happened, we would have heard all kinds of fussing from the defense in court. So we will see. Nanner said Canton didn't find this stuff in much less snow. I have some thoughts about that, but Canton didn't dig out the entire curb line either. They just kind of they looked around where the blood was and then seemed to stop. So that's what it was. Kristen said, welcome back from CrimeCon EDB. Finally got my ADHD diagnosis today. Been fighting for 2 years. No one should have to fight to understand themselves. So I'm sorry and good for you. Because the one thing that's really hard for people with ADHD is to like maintain appointment schedules. So good for you for advocating for yourself. I hope it feels like a relief and that you feel supported. A lot of people go undiagnosed because the process to get diagnosed is so difficult because the executive functioning is so hard. It's like the fact that I can't get diagnosed should prove the diagnosis. How many times do you forget you have appointments? All. Just all. How hard is it to call and make appointments? Also all. Kim says if new information or evidence is found halfway through a trial, can the prosecution drop the case? The prosecution often has the option to not prosecute a case or not continue to go forward. New evidence coming up mid-case could be a disaster for everyone involved. It might cause a mistrial. A dropped case generally means there won't be a future prosecution, but it could cause a mistrial where the case would just be retried later. Did Karen Reed have motive? Melissa, at this point, the prosecution seems to be arguing that she was mad and drunk. So I'm going to get to a few more questions. Jazzy said, are we going to be able to read the transcripts of the kids' testimony? I don't know if those will be sealed or not, but I'm not going to be asking for any transcripts of anything until after this case is resolved. I don't know. Greg said, are we going to get a Dennison versus Hughes? You didn't fill anything out on cross? Maybe. But that witness said, this is not the one with my notes, but the notes aren't evidence. Her testimony is evidence. So having just the SUV outline and her testimony is appropriate. So it'll come up. And good to see you in the chat. I am not snacking on all dressed chips at the moment, but I definitely did yesterday because Runkle brought me an entire suitcase of snacks. Some of those I'm going to send to Rob. We'll talk all about it in our members only live next week about all the snackies and all the things. CrimeCon, do not worry. Let's see, not a red chunk on the bumper. It was a corner light. I couldn't tell what it was. I'm sure it'll come up in cross, but I was so confused. I have questions. Was it tested against Chloe? Nothing was tested against Chloe because nobody had access to Chloe. Did John have taillight fragments in his hair? We don't know yet because we haven't gotten to the coroner yet. So let's see. Were the scratches tested for paint? I don't know if they were or they were not. Amber said, you're telling me that tiny hair stayed on in a blizzard with all the driving that night, the morning, and to her parents' house the next day. I also have questions. Did you notice the first photos, the rag on the floor? I did not see those, but I had seen those in other photos. Let's see. I'm going to just get to a few more questions because then I only have about 15 minutes. Let's see. Is it odd that there is no blood or what looks to be no blood? I don't. And Allie, I think on the sweatshirt, there's definitely what appears to be blood to me. Also, he was bleeding quite a lot from the head, laying down, so that might not have all gotten onto the sweatshirt, but there does look to be blood on the sweatshirt. It's really distinguishing what came from the floor of the ambulance or what have you, or the hospital, and what came from the victim in a different way. What kind of witness is needed to analyze this? This is the witness who would have analyzed quite a lot of the photos and the car, and we're going to get more scientific testing from other departments, I would imagine, after this. They should all go in order. They should all go in order. Emily, can you shout out my boyfriend? This is from Melissa Garcia. Emily, can you shout out my boyfriend, Greco, or my BF, Greco? I guess that could be best friend as well. My BF Greco. Also, talking to people over the weekend, I don't think Chloe is alive. Most dogs get euthanized after attacks. They said Chloe was rehomed. I am not going to speculate on what happened to Chloe. I hope that Chloe is actually where they said Chloe is, in Vermont. Hey, EDB, sorry, super late. Don't you ever need to apologize. That's why Replay Crew is here. Spicy court today? Not yet, but it will be. Spicy court? Not yet, but it will be. There are going to be days in court that are slow. There is foundational testimony that is going to be slogging. And then there will be spicier cross. And it's going to happen the same way. Sometimes when the defense gets into their experts, it's going to feel the same way, that those foundational testimony can be slow and slogging. But we're going to go through it together, and we're going to be back in about 15 minutes on the next stream. If you want to pop over and start chatting there, you can. It will redirect. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Lawnerd. Replay Crew, love you for making it this far. What, if anything, will happen after lunch? I'll see you in a minute, and we'll find out.
You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com, or search the App Store for Lawnerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Lawnerd.